There we go. Number one thing on my checklist I have discovered. Verify that the mic is unmuted. I am Chris, the space-time sorcerer. Alright. Let's see. It is time once more unto the Kerbal Space Program. Yes, we shall eventually conquer the Kerbal system. Although this may be the last KSP stream for a while. Not because I'm finished, but because I want to move on to other space games and then eventually come back to this one later. Next week, I intend to stream No Man's Sky, but for now we are going to make another effort. Another brilliant effort to get our space station into orbit. The problem, as I see it, is even with this heavier rocketry, we do not quite have the necessary oomph to get the space station I want into orbit. Not without engaging in some large docking system shenanigans. Problem: the large docking system is also not currently researched either. So my current belief for a solution: I must unlock very heavy rocketry. Doing so will give me two things. One, it will give me the ability to build the KSP equivalent of a Saturn V, which, as you've no doubt guessed, is overkill for getting to the moon, even though it was quite necessary to get to the real-world moon. A Saturn V in KSP would get you all the way to freaking Duna, which is the KSP equivalent of Mars. Although you would need a better lander than the Eagle to land and then take off again from Duna. The little details of the difference in scale that we have. Oh dear. Distances are shorter and sizes are smaller, but the gravity is still the same. So Duna has Mars-level gravity, and Kerbin has Earth-level gravity. But it still leads to some strange deviations from reality. One that I think I've mentioned before is the fact that you can coast to your orbital altitude after a certain point, whereas in reality you are continuing to burn that flipping rocket until you are starting to sink back down into the atmosphere before you finally get that dang orbit circularized. That's how it works in the real world. But in Kerbal Space Program, you can coast your way to orbit. Or coast your way to orbital altitude, at least. You still need to circularize the orbit, or you're falling back down. Now, let's see what we got here. I need to figure out either I need to go straight to the very heavy rocketry, or I need to figure out the large docking ports. And I have a sneaky suspicion that yeah, there it is. Clampotron Docking Port Senior. As I suspected, it is at the same tech level as the very heavy rocketry, which means I need to upgrade the research facility again, and I need to get at least 550 science points. How much is... oh, good grief, that's going to cost a lot. Which means I am stuck, Test LY-99 extra large landing gear. Alright, I gotta go verify what the heck the LY-99 even looks like. Indeed, space curves. Ground. Which of these is an LY? This is the LY-99? This is ludicrous. Why do I have to test this? Okay, to heck with it. I signed up for this nonsense. I guess I'm going to test this nonsense. Alright. Alright, we're gonna test this nonsense. This abject, absolute nonsense. Test LY-99 extra large landing gear on a suborbital trajectory over Minmus. Alright, how much money are you gonna pay me for this absolute nonsense? You already gave me the advance. For completion I get 140,625 and a piddling amount of science points. Alright, I also need to do something about the surface deployed mystery goo, but we'll worry about that after we've tested the LY-99 extra large landing gear. Okay, this is gonna be abject, absolute nonsense, but we gotta go to Minmus and do this. Clear it out of the system. I thought LY-99 would be a different type of landing gear, but apparently it's this type of landing gear, so shenanigans. Absolute shenanigans. I believe I termed it, is it this one? It couldn't be that one. What did I name these darn things? Ah yes, my attempt at the space station launch system. I don't know if you were here or not, but this was my attempt at a space station launch system. It really didn't work out for me. Something's just wrong with the setup here. I suppose I could make another attempt at getting this to work, but it doesn't seem functional. So many efforts, and it still didn't work out. Very annoying. Very annoying. Once I can put this sucker in orbit of Kerbin, we're good. What else did I have? MB1, MB5. Let's load some of these. Oh, these are the really, really early material I was doing. M&M landing solution, M&M landing solution, Gemini. What is this? This is the funky one. Open. Mooney. I don't know where these Moonies came from. OPO? Nah, it couldn't have been OPO. Another attempt at space station launch. UML-1. What are some of these? Goodness. Let's load this, see what the— no, good grief, I'm not taking a UML anywhere. I kind of want to delete that. What is this? This might be— well, I have no idea what I was thinking when I named this. VLMV Brutus? Alright, alright. They want us to test the other type of landing gear. We will test the other type of landing gear. This is going to be absolute nonsense, but we're going to test it for science. Good God, this is wrong on so many levels. Oh, Lord. What abysmal nonsense is this? Oh, this is such absolute baloney. How do I even begin to test something like this? Alright, alright. This is— there's no way I cannot imagine how I would even begin to get that to work. The only thing I can imagine doing to get that to work is if I built it as a space plane. Oh dear. Space planes are something that I have not messed with very much in this game so far. Oh dear. Let's see, let's see. Well, I'm not sure that I can get an LK-99 over there. I thought that they wanted me to test something else when, I really thought they wanted me to test something else, but no, they want me to test this accursed thing. Oh, Lord. Absolute abomination of a spacecraft this is going to be. Absolute abomination of a spacecraft. Alright, we want to do this. We want to play this game. We want to play this. Okay. I'm going to try something absolutely ridiculous and see if it works. New. Don't save. We didn't make any significant changes. What am I going to do with this? Maybe this. Is this adequately sized? Maybe. How many crew could it take? One? Just one. That's sad. I suppose there are some alternatives. I could try a lander cam scenario. That somehow doesn't sound like it would work out very well. So we're gonna go with this. Alright. I have no idea how I'm going to make this work, but we're going to try. Do I have the necessary structural, perhaps? And a structural fuselage. Might be useful. Okay, how about fuel tanks? No. What about... No, that's not gonna work out. What about this? It is a possibility. Not a good possibility, I would say, but it's a possibility at least. No. Alright. What am I looking at here? What do I actually need? No. Too big. Why is it that nothing is the right size? Nothing ever seems to be the right size, and it bothers the heck out of me. Now, this one's pure liquid, doesn't have anything else going for it. I need one that will give me the oxidizer. This one will give me the oxidizer. This might do the trick. Alright, here's what we're going to do. This will be my first attempt at doing anything with a space plane. This is dumb. And the only reason I'm doing this is to see if I can possibly test that thing with test this absolute nonsense on a suborbital trajectory around Minmus. Alright, where's my aviation materials? Absolute nonsense. Why am I even going along with this absolute nonsense? Yeah. This is not big enough. You know what? I don't even care. We are going to do some absolute nonsense. Yes, nonsense for science. We'll call it nonsense for science, why not? There. And you can start retracted. Okay. Absolute abject nonsense for science. In fact, I don't even know if this thing will be able to return to Kerbin properly. It probably can't. So... Utility, where are you, utility? Here we are. One of these. Another one of these. You know what? 2 is probably already overkill for this size. I'm not convinced that this is enough spaceship to make this work. But we'll find a way to make it work anyway. Alright, let's see. Coupling. If I remember correctly, we want this puppy. Okay. Now that we have gone this far... Oh, Lord, this is so nonsense, it's not even funny. I have not applied any control surfaces whatsoever. Where's my aerodynamics? Where is my... tail fin? There we go. That might be useful for something. Why not? Abject nonsense. Where is my... Do I even have ailerons yet? I guess this is an elevon. Whatever. It'll do. Give me my appropriate nonsense. Sure. Rotate mode. Wrong rotation. Wrong rotation again. Sigh. Do you care to rotate the right way, please? There we go. I mean, it almost works. It's probably still a terrible design, but okay. Whatever. Sure, we'll go with this. It's probably not going to do anything anyway. We are just going to get our happy butts into... We're going to get our happy butts back to Kerbin, and we'll just deploy the damn chutes like it's a normal capsule, and leave it at that. Absolute nonsense. Oh, Lord, this is abject nonsense of a spacecraft, and I never want to build something like this again. Where we got? What is this? Wrong size again. How do I get the right size? Where are you, right size? There we go. What about you? Are you the right size? No. Why would you be the right size? Terrible. This is probably adequate. Probably. If it's not adequate, then to heck with me. Who am I kidding? It's probably not adequate. We're probably going to maroon freaking Jeb on Minmus with this design, but that's okay because we'll send a right proper Minmus crew over later. Well, we can recover Jeb. We can recover Jeb even if we accidentally maroon him on Minmus. Oh boy. Give me an engine. Any flippin' engine. Not a Reliant. We want, what is this? Not big enough. Not big enough. What about you? The skiff? Skiff? I don't know. Is the skiff big enough? Maybe. Well, the skiff's a definite maybe. Bobcat, maybe? Bobcat. Bobcat might be big enough. It does better than a roll. Yeah, Bobcat. We'll go with Bobcat. Cross our fingers. Oh, wait. I just remembered something else stupid that I'm going to regret not having if I don't add it now. Boop. There we go. What is this? Too tiny. The secret about what this thing is this is the thing which is actually built into some of the pods. Like, this little advanced inline stabilizer thing is built into the pods. You know what? I don't trust this design at all. I'm going to add some more fail-safes, and by fail-safes I mean I want to add a bunch of little solar panels. just in case. Okay. That'll probably do the trick. Prediction. This entire setup is going to fail miserably, and I'm going to reset several times and go crazy. Alright. Winglets. Triple winglet. Why not? Bam. Let's go. Test bed nonsense. Sure, we'll call it the test bed nonsense. We have Jeb on board, right? Good. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this sucker is even capable of getting to orbit. My guess is the answer is no, but at least it'll look sexy. SAS activate. Boom, we're out of here. Bye-bye. You have to admit, if nothing else, it's certainly the snazziest space vehicle we've put together so far, even if it probably won't make it. And also, I set this up incorrectly. There we go. Probably not going to make it to orbit, but you never know. We might get lucky. I should start tilting this puppy. Ah, shit, we're about to have problems. Yep, I knew it. I knew we were about to have problems. Yep. This is problems with a capital P. Alright then, well, so much for my grand plans. Just goes to show, the sexy-looking ones are not the ones that work, usually. And we're about to crash and burn. Have a nice day, boys and girls. We are, nice. Sorry, Jeb. Let's revert that one to launch. I'm gonna try some shenanigans to see if it fixes anything. Off. I guess that affects the other one too. Off. We'll go and turn them back on later. Hey, I don't want you to go in that direction. There we go. Wait, what? There we go. Okay. Zip, zop, zoop. Launch. New plan. We go this way first. Nope, don't you dare. Ah, fuck. We're already screwed. Oh, you little bastard. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Revert flight to the vehicle assembly. There has got to be a better way to do this. And I think I know the better way. Zoom in. Remove this entire... Wait, we still need to... We're still going to need... Bamp. Alright. Payload. Where are you, payload? Nope, not big enough. But if that's not big enough, then we're out of luck. With those wings, at least. On account of this, I will have to try with teensy wings and see how that goes. Teeny tiny wings. Oh, that's big. We need the teensy wings, not the big ones. Ha. Good luck. We're not gonna find teensy wings. We're just gonna have to do this the wacky way. Alright. This is dumb. This is so dumb. I'm just gonna leave. Nah, don't save. We're not gonna play with that nonsense anymore. Waste of time to play with that nonsense. Leave facility. Upgrade mission control. Alright. Okay. What are we currently doing? Okay, I see. Transmit or recover scientific data from the surface of Minmus. Sure. Accept. Plant flag on Mun. We have done that before, but sure, we're going to do it again. Okay. Easy peasy. Leave facility. This time we are going to do a much more straightforward operation. We are simply going to load the Brutus again, because the Brutus has been a relatively straightforward vehicle. It has done us well in the past. The only problem I have with the Brutus is that it has a problem when it's doing Kerbin re-entry, where it likes to change directions on me for no good reason. Are we going? Got all them? That's fine, that's fine. You know what? Let's see. Sure, we'll keep the same crew. Fine. This is fine. Alright. This puppy, open up, please. Alright, we still have the same materials in here? I believe we do. Okay. Deployable science power. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to return to the science facility we left on Minmus the last time I played this. So, close up. This is the plan. First we're going to head to Minmus, then we're going to deploy the science facility. We're going to deploy a brand new science thingy there. It will work out just fine. In fact, I think we can remove this. And we can remove this, because all we really need is the power supply, because the power supply wasn't adequate for before. Boop, closed up. Okay. So here's the plan. First we're going to head to Minmus. We're going to put down the power supply to satisfy another mission, and then we are going to launch off again, maybe grab some extra science data from Minmus, and then be on our merry way from there. Do I want... sure, I'll take the usual people. Launch! This will be another Minmus mission. We need the science points. We need at least 5. We need a lot of money, and we need a lot of science points. Full power. Bam! Let's get into Kerbin orbit. At 1,000 meters off the ground, we begin tilting. Rotating, perhaps. Okay, we begin the process. Heading due east, but also due up. East and up, that's how we like it around here. Solid boosters about to run out of fuel and be discarded. Lambo. I just love how that works. How are we on apoapsis? Apoapsis is... I think I might just check the apoaps and then shut down after it's above 80,000. Once the apoaps is above 80,000, we coast. I'd like to save as much fuel as I can for this operation. This delightful little blue line here shows our trajectory. We are definitely not in orbit yet. Need to keep this up. This is what we currently look like. Okay, how are we doing here? We are not there yet. Lovely. Alright, we're getting closer. Closer to where we want to be, but also not quite there yet. I want to see a nice, happy 80,000. And we can coast. All right, we will now prepare ourselves for the circularization maneuver. We are not quite out of the atmosphere yet, but we're close enough that it shouldn't matter much. All right, how are we doing this? We are now above the atmosphere and in space proper, at least as far as Kerbal Space Program is concerned. We shall now prepare to circularize orbit. Garfieldy enough, I'll say. Garfieldy enough. Mondays lately have been slow. However, last week was something else. Had to do some remodeling. Alright, we're getting closer, closer, closer. I'm going to begin burning again. Now it is high time that we get our orbit circularized as it should be. I may have started the burn again a little bit late. Could be an issue. We'll find out in a second if it's an issue. Need to get my orbital speed to around 2300 in order to establish a proper Kerbin orbit. Yeah, I definitely started a little late. Annoying. Hopefully I can get a circularization before I run out of time. Give me circularization before I run out of before I fall back into the atmosphere, if you please. So very close. Almost there, almost there. Periapsis has been... Bam, we have orbit. Proper circularized orbit. Same boss was on vacation, so everyone forgot how things worked, eh? Oh boy. Alright. It is time to establish our Minmus destination, set as target. I need to get our orbital inclination to the same level as Minmus. Descending node, so when we get there I need to be pointed normal, as they call it. I should really put some solar panels on this design, but it's okay for now. Alright, alright. A tiny bit of time acceleration, not a lot, just a little, so we can get our orbital inclination to match that of Minmus, as we have so many times before. I would like to be able to move on from this sort of operation. However, unfortunately... Alright, and now we are modifying the inclination of our orbit. I think I will sneak up on the node again. That's probably close enough. What is the current position of Minmus? Minmus is way over here, so... Yeah, it'll be a while before we're in a proper orbital position to go after Minmus. Accelerate time! Time must be accelerated. Alrighty. Set us to 1x time now. Okay, how are we doing? Are we up to Minmus yet? Not quite. Need to get ready to reach Minmus. Yep, I think we're just about ready. Point us prograde, Jeb. Alright. I wish I could spy Minmus with my naked eye. I know it's out there, I'm just not quite clear on where out there, and it annoys me a little bit. But anyway, it's time to burn. We must extend our orbit to Minmus's orbit. I'm probably going to run out of fuel in this stage before we get there, but you never know. I might have some left over. I suspect I overused some fuel. Yeah, I overused some fuel, kind of annoying. So I'm stuck using this stage to get the rest of the way to Minmus. Alright, what do we have here? Is this a Minmus approach? Let's go a teensy bit further. Ooh, that might be good. That might be good enough. Close enough for government work. Minmus encounter in 9 Kerbal days, which are shorter than terrestrial days, but they are a decent length of time anyway. Alright, we're close enough. This'll work. It is not necessary to maintain prograde, Jeb. Hopefully this little ship will be able to handle it. So here we are again, heading towards Minmus. Actually, let's see. I believe they installed the alarm clock in stock KSP now. Warp here, it says. Let's see if that works. Yeah, you can tell that the Kerbal days are only 6 hours long by the way this time warp is displaying. Sheesh. Onward to the Minty Moon. Alright, we're back to 1x time warp. Have we reached Minmus encounter yet? Not quite yet. Warp here. Approaching the Minty Moon. How are we? Alright, we should have a... Okay, here we are. Snazzy little periapsis in a bit. Warp here. Continuing on our merry way to Minmus. This makes things a lot more interesting, I'd say. Point us retrograde with respect to Minimus, and prepare to circularize orbit. Alright, and bam. You know what, let's warp over here. Make it a little bit easier on ourselves. Now, where is the... Minmus, where is the previous landing area? There it is. I see. Good to know. Set as target. Oof. This is, really difficult. But it's okay, it's okay. It's probably a waste of time for me to be bothering about that type of thing quite yet, when I could be... Kill all momentum around Minimus. We are going to do it this way, because we can. Okay. We are now inevitably descending toward Minimus, albeit at rather slow speed. Boop. Yes, we are descending in an awkward direction, I suppose. Blub. I'd like to have the overland. Save game. Minimus terrain descent. Sure, we'll call it that. Now, it will give me new science points for landing on a proper piece of terrain rather than one of the so-called seas. So... However, the terrain could be uneven and it might tilt the craft over, and if I'm doomed to topple over, I'd rather save game here. Now, let us accelerate time a bit. Space-time sorcerer. Truth be told, it was because I was pondering a number of other possible usernames, and Dave was being Dave, the amateur magus, so I figured... After pondering a number of other possible names that might go with that, I stripped over the idea Chris, the space-time sorcerer. And so that seemed reasonable enough, so... That's what I'm rolling with for now. We are not descending anywhere near as fast as I would prefer us to be descending. Alright, now we're starting to descend at a reasonable clip. I think I'll set us to surface mode. We can go hunt for our target later. And we're not even descending that fast either. Although I suppose I will want to, cancel my downward velocity soon. Maybe at around 10,000 meters. Though I do have a thing for space and a thing for time. As you will notice, the game I'm currently playing is very space-themed. Whereas another game that I started playing on Saturday is time-themed, being Last Epoch. Oh, goodness gracious, I've had a lot of stream scuff lately. Alright. Getting closer and closer and closer. I got half a mind to see if I can wait until I've gotten to the 3,000 meter altitude and see if I can cancel all of my velocity at that altitude and see what happens. We'll see, we'll see. I should probably... There we go. Preparing for landing. It's almost time to cancel all of my velocity again. Okay, getting closer, 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 closer. How are we faring? Yeah, we can cancel our velocity pretty darn quick, actually. Though it does look like we're about to land in a hill, which could be a problem. No, no, don't. Don't get confused about what direction you want to be in, friend. Yeah, this is definitely going to be kind of a hill. Don't tilt. Phew, we made it. Open. I'm a little bit scared to even have anyone get out, because the mere weight of getting out might topple the vessel. The irony is, if you had greater control over the Kerbals, you might be able to actually have them right to the vessel, even if it did topple, but I don't think you get that much control over the Kerbals, sadly. Now that I've done all that, I am going to save game again. Okay. Landed on Minmus Hill. Save. And now I will have one of them. We'll have Jeb get out, go EVA, and watch as the very fact that he got out almost made the ship tilt. In fact, it's about to make the ship tilt. In fact, yep, there it is. That's why I saved game. Load save. What did I just name it? Minmus landing. Landed on Minmus Hill. There it is. Day 95. Load. So the very fact that Jeb got out of the capsule caused it to tilt. Alright, close up again. We're not going to try to have anyone get out of there. What we are going to do is we are going to figure out... There it is, it's due southeast. We have that set as target already, so... Time to launch again. Now, which of these directions is southeast? I believe it is this one. Unless I am drastically mistaken. How are we looking? We are not there yet. We should point ourselves a little bit further up, perhaps. Yes, we are not quite as up as we should probably be quite yet. There we are. That's a bit better, a bit better. Are we going to clear the hills at least? Yes, it looks like we're going to clear the hills. Excellent, excellent. We're going to go and deploy another piece of ground equipment to hopefully be able to complete one of our contracts. Pain and agony. Agony and pain. And so forth and so on. Alright, let's figure out how to get to our target. Perhaps this way. Not quite the right move, but closer and closer we get. Perhaps if I aim us slightly this way, it might be adequate, or it might be a terrible idea. Yes, let's call that a waste of fuel, shall we? All this hopping about. I would feel happier if I had a, there's a device I was able to make in KSP once upon a time. I kind of call it an ion surfboard. And it's mainly used to joyride around Minmus. Alright. Yeah, let's see. We're at this stage now. Let's try popping ourselves a little bit more in this here direction. Whoops, I went a little bit too far. Too far. Kind of annoying, actually. Excessively annoying, I would say. I definitely went a tiny bit too far. In fact, I'm going to go into retrograde motion now. How far until we are at about this point? Okay, when we get to right next to the... When we get right next to the science facility, I am going to cancel our horizontal motion and then figure out how to pop us to a proper position next to the science facility that I've erected here earlier. Hopefully without crashing the ship while I'm doing it. You see the Probo-Dobodyne Experiment Control Station. And the VLMV. Okay, I think that now is the time. Canceling our momentum. All right. That should settle that. Now it is time for us to head roughly due west, I think. And I'm going the wrong way. I'd better figure out the right way soon. Okay, we want to go this way, I believe. Let's hope for the best, then. Wait, I heard something. I heard a noise which inclines me to think I am very close to my destination. Yeah, let's cancel our, momentum and get ready to land. All right. We are probably not directly over it, but we are close. At least closer than we have any right to be. I'm uncertain of our fuel supply. We probably have enough to make this work, but I'm not sure I'm inclined to test it. Wait, is that it? That might be the... that looks like rocks. Where the heck is it? Mounts. Alright, we're gonna have Jeb leave. Jeb, go suit up, pop around, figure out where this dang thing is. Ah, there it is. We came very close. We got very close, but we're not quite there. Yep, this is where the equipment we left is. This could be a little bit of a bitch. Alright, Bob. It's time. Open. EVA. Alright. Oh, the annoying things you have to deal with. I'm pretty sure we already had you move that. The pain and agony and annoyances. Well, this is going to be annoying, but what can you do sometimes? Do try not to injure yourself on the way down. There we go. And you do, in fact, have the necessary device. So now we must painfully, slowly moonwalk you over there, as annoying as this will be. Alternatively, we waste fuel by making Jeb. Honestly, it might have been a better idea to just make Jeb come back. Yes, this is what I'm annoyed by with the current, this is the sort of thing that annoys me with the current version of Kerbal Space Program. Namely that, now, for reasons that I don't understand, I need to lose my freaking... Oh, wow, you're tumbling a little bit there. They made a modification which made the inventory system much more convoluted, so now the parachute and the freaking jetpack count as part of your inventory, which means that your inventory is already full before you even begin. So then you need to take off that necessary equipment in order to carry anything else. But then, in addition to inventory slots, it's also taken into account inventory, this is so dumb, but I've already committed to this, so now I'm stuck walking there. I mean, I can see my destination, it's just way the heck off there. And I am unfortunately and annoyingly... Actually, I have a dumb idea. I wonder if this would even work. Probably not, but it's worth a try, I think. I can't believe it's close enough to actually... I mean, we're clearly close enough that I'm hearing, you know, in spite of the fact that you shouldn't be able to propagate this kind of noise through space, I am hearing the whirs of the whirligigs and so forth. However, I can't believe that it's just going to allow that thing to be powered from this far away. If I had brought enough flipping power supplies earlier, I wouldn't have this problem, but no. I didn't bring enough power supplies last time. Nuisance. Well, I'm almost there. I can clearly see it getting closer, even if it is forever. It feels like it's too darn far away, but I'm closer than I think I am. It's just my Kerbal is slow as the dickens, and I can't make him go any faster. Not without the flipping jetpack. Very annoying. Times like this, I really wish I had my ion surfboards, but that requires more science points. I just want to get enough money to upgrade R&D and get enough money to research the big rockets. Well, honestly, I don't even know that this is realism. This is more like annoyance. Like, they did not think through the inventory system at all, because I can think of no real-world reason why the parachute and the RCS would be part of your quote-unquote inventory, because you'd think those would be built into the dang spacesuits they have. But no, the developers turned that into inventory. Bah. I find that annoying in the extreme. I get the impression that what was going on was they were trying to imitate a KSP mod that was relatively popular. But it is what it is, I suppose. It's just the way this inventory system works makes things so much more convoluted and annoying. But it is what it is. After I've deployed this, I am going to have to run Bob all the way back to the ship. However, after that, I think I'm going to have Jeb go for a joyride through Minmus with his jetpack and collect a soil sample that we were unable to collect earlier because as soon as anyone got out of the ship, it capsized. As low to the ground as this ship type is, I'm thinking I may want another design later that is even harder to capsize. Yes, we're very close to our destination now. We are almost there. This has turned into the walking simulator, and this better be the power system, because if this is not the power system, I'm going to be most annoyed. Yeah, it looks like the power system though, so we should be fine. I might even be close enough to deploy it without an issue. Let's just go ahead and deploy. There we go. Okay. Are you powered? Science rate 25%, connection state connected, powers state powered, power units produced 0, power units required 1, module enabled true, module deployed true, excellent, excellent. So we're now literally generating 0.351 science per hour. Lovely. Lovely. I don't fully understand how that works, but whatever. Now I've got to run Bob back to the ship, which is visible off in the horizon, like some skyscraper tower. Oh my. As soon as I get Bob back to the ship, I'm gonna have Jeb run around and pick up some soil samples. We will see, we will see. The great Kerbal walking simulator. Bounce! I just wish that bounce would make you go farther. Is it making you go farther? Well, he's certainly making some distance at least, but then he tumbles when he lands. Bounce. You'd think that he'd be better at the landing part, but no. You don't bounce quite as high on the Mun as you do on Minmus. Once this mission is recovered, we're going to go to the Mun. Newer Master of Orion games suffered similar game design. That sounds annoying. Have you ever played Stellaris? It's a game I've been considering playing at some point, though not anytime soon. I don't think I'll stream it anytime soon, that is. Like, the next game on the agenda is going to be No Man's Sky, because I intend to use that as the, punchline to a joke since Starfield is around the corner. Starfield is coming out, early September, so when Starfield comes out, I'm probably going to be playing mainly Starfield for my space game until I achieve an ending of any description. Once I have achieved an ending in Starfield, then I move on to another space game, probably revert back to KSP for a while. Yeah, my next KSP objective will involve making it to Duna and possibly Eve. Planetary transfer is an entirely different ball of wax from trying to get to one of the moons. Like, getting to the moons is relatively easy because Kerbin is your origin point, and the moons are just literally orbiting your origin point. But getting to the other planets is another ball of wax because you have to wait for the right transfer periods in order to be able to go there without wasting too much fuel. And then when you get there, it's like, alright lads, we're about to zip right by this planet if we don't cancel our horizontal momentum right now. And then you finally get to the point where you are in a proper orbit of the planet. Except depending on the planet, it might make sense to try this fancy little maneuver called arrow braking. Oh my. Duna has a thin atmosphere, so arrow braking at Duna is basically set your periapsis to around 40,000 meters and allow the sides of the ship to have significant friction with the atmosphere of Duna, and this decelerates you enough that you can establish a proper orbit. Though after you establish a proper orbit, you need to burn prograde a little bit to put the periapsis above the atmosphere. Alright, we're almost back to the ship. After that long-winded hike, maybe I should have tried to bounce again, and maybe I should have tried to bounce the ship closer to the equipment, I don't know. Whatevs, I guess, whatevs. I don't know if we have the kind of fuel I want to be able to bounce to another, to be able to hop over to another biome, as they call it. Biome's the wrong word, but it's the word that the KSP devs chose, and I still cannot stand these graphics artifacts. Where are these graphics artifacts coming from? Is there a way for me to get rid of them? I wish I knew, because the graphics artifacts annoy the heck out of me. Alright, I see which side of the ship we need to be on. And bounce. He is going to exceed the height of the ship by quite some bits. And I probably didn't bounce close enough, which is going to be annoying. Can you grab it? No, you can't. How annoying. You need to get better at this Bob, you need to get better. Wait, what's that? Oh, that's not anything. Never mind. Alright, Bob, I know you can make it. Okay, managed to grab it without an issue. Now get on board that darn thing. Now we're gonna swap back to Jeb. Okay, Jebediah Kerman. Where should we go? I dare say I could probably put Jeb into flipping orbit. Now another thing that kind of annoys me is I used to be able to see exactly how much... Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll cancel that plan. No, wait. We're gonna continue that plan, but we're gonna do it for over there. What is a decent speed to be going at for jetpacking Kerbal? We're going to head over to this landmass over here to grab a soil sample, and then we are going to bring our happy butts back to the ship. One thing that does weird me out a little bit is the simple fact that I know that I used to be able to see a... Alrighty, take care. You will likely make it back before I end the stream. I think we've got a mission or two to the moon before I'm done. Oh my. I know that in an earlier version of the game, I could see the remaining fuel that Jeb had in his jetpack, but now I see nothing. And it weirds me out a little bit. Because it makes me wonder, okay, does this mean that I am going to mysteriously and annoyingly run out of fuel? At an inopportune moment, maybe? Is that what's going to happen? It bothers me. It bothers me. It definitely bothers me. Because I don't know... Alright, we'll take an EVA report, why not? Because I don't know if I'm going to run out of fuel at an inopportune moment. Alrighty, Jeb, it's about time to cancel your horizontal velocity and prepare for landing. You are going to want to be going only 5, maybe 4 meters per second when you touch down, I think. Take surface sample. Bam. Okay. Now where the heck is the ship? Set as target. Alright, that'll do the trick, I think. Alright, we will head back to the target, that is to say the ship we came from, at a rate of 30 meters per second. Which is the same rate that we used to get all the way over here. Alrighty. Zipping along across the surface of Minmus. I really wish I had my ion surfboards. The ion surfboards were fun. I'd be able to do this sort of science gathering with ease, but if I had the irony, of course, is that if I had the science points for the ion surfboards, I would have enough science points to not need to go around getting the science. So, there is that. That little detail. Alright, how we doing? Got to keep on going until we get back to the ship. And then once we're back on the ship, we are going to return to Kerbin. We are done here. It is time for a return trip. Rise to 10,000 meter altitude, establish orbit Minmus, prepare for transfer to Kerbin, and return home. How I wish I knew how much RCS I had left. He is just zipping along at only 30 meters above ground. It's crazy. Crazy what he's doing. Where's the ship? I feel like I've gone too far. However, the navigation ball does not lie. I cannot have reached the ship yet. I've lost too much altitude. There, I see the ship in the distance. Almost there, getting closer. We have retrieved a useful surface sample, and we are now on our way back to the ship, and then we are on our way back home to Kerbin. Haven't gathered a ton of science this time, but we've gathered enough, I think. Definitely adequate science. Alright, I do believe it is time for me to cancel my horizontal momentum and prepare to come down. Alright, Jeb, how are we doing here? Alright, Jib, we're almost home. Home to the ship, that is. And back on board. Alright, alright. Close doors. Close service bay. SAS on, prepare for liftoff. Which direction is the direction I want to go? I want to go to... Alright. We like starting off on the 90-degree march. Landing gear. Okay, that apoapsis is fine. We're going to coast to Apo and then prepare for circularization of Minmus orbit. And then we're going home to Kerbin. Can I save game? Yes, I can. RTK from Minmus save. At some point I should go and scrub some of the save games that are too obsolete. Yep, here we go. That'll be a while. Warp here. Alright, that will be adequate, I think. Let us proceed. Circularizing Minmus orbit. Circularization complete. We will now be preparing for return trip to Kerbin. Alright, I know where we're going to want to be. We're going to want to be back over there. Boop. Warp here. Kerbin orbit. Achieved, we are orbiting. Prepare to burn prograde to escape Minmus. Minmus orbit achieved is what I meant to say. It seems a good time to begin to burn. Alright. Kerbin periapsis. We continue burning until the Kerbin periapsis is either 45,000 or as low as it will go. Getting closer and closer. Funky little Mun encounter there, but we don't have enough fuel to be exploring the Mun right now. Periapsis is... Alright. That's adequate. Goodbye, Minmus. Let us hope for a happy landing on Kerbin. All right. Zipping away, away, away. Farewell, Minmus. Approaching Kerbin. Very soon we will be there. What did... No, that's KSpedia, apparently. Contract parameter complete, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Contracts. Huh.
transmit or recover scientific data from the surface of Minmus. Yes, we're on our way. We should have the necessary scientific data momentarily. Approaching the periapsis in 40-some minutes, apparently. Getting closer and closer. All right. Things are about to get interesting. Yup. Closer and closer we go. Current altitude, almost 100,000 meters. I think I should switch back to Time Warp 1 and prepare for our inevitable return. Okay. Now we want orbit, or perhaps surface mode. Okay, here we come, getting ready for this. And burn. This should be adequate. Okay. Re-entry. Sure, we'll save that way. Though perhaps it is folly for me to save game at this point. No big deal, I suppose. Yes, we are guaranteed to touch down somewhere at this stage. We are still accelerating due to gravity. We need more friction with the atmosphere. Give me my D-cell. Give me my atmospheric deceleration. Alright, we are decelerating from atmospheric friction. I just hope I don't get a tilt like we did the last time. That was something else. The engines are overheating. Ah, boy, here we go again. This is gonna be a problem, a problem, a problem. Do not let the parachutes overheat. Do not let the parachutes overheat. Don't you dare overheat on me. Don't you dare. Give me my deceleration. Decelerate me so we're no longer overheating. Ah, I hate the way this thing re-enters the atmosphere. Bad, bad, very bad. Alright, we're not overheating anymore. But damned if we are running into... Oh, Lord. Give me enough deceleration that I can deploy the chutes. Please, please, please. Just a little bit more. This is going to cause whiplash. But damn, damn, damn. I need to redesign this sucker so it has a happier re-entry. Or maybe just let the pod pop off. Come on, chutes. Get happy. Get happy. Don't let me crash! Don't let me crash, shoots! Ah, crap, we're gonna crash, aren't we? We're screwed. Alright, whoa there, laddie. That was like some last-minute survival right there. Alright, last-minute survival. Deploying landing gear. This puppy survives, but it does not survive comfortably. I do not like the way that handles. And I wish I knew a way to keep it where it belongs. Maybe if I added another... Maybe if I added another reaction wheel, that might give it adequate maneuverability. But I don't know. I don't know. Either way, getting us closer to the ground. Now, bam. That was harsh. And successful landing. Recover vessel. Whew. I hate the way those things land. It's just an accident waiting to happen. Alright, 483 science earned. Next. Next. Very good, very good. Now, I assume we recovered the science data from Minmus. Yes, we did. Okay. We should plant flag on the moon and get more... to make even more money! Which of these is going to actually... repair a satellite in orbit of Minmus? Need something that'll give us... Oh dear. Oh dear. Science data from around Minmus. Plant flag on Minmus. Build a new surface outpost on the moon. Oh dear. Lovely. All right, let's see what we got here. We need more... We honestly need more money, really. Have I already activated the fundraising campaign? Yes, I have. And the patents licensing. Blub. The fact that it costs science to set that up. No, that doesn't work out. We need more science. Alright, the fundraising campaign it is. Take 5% reputation gains, yield... Oh my goodness. Is there a way for me to get more out of this? I think I'm only allowed 25% max here. I guess I'll just leave it as is. Mission control. We need more science. I was hoping that I would be able to... we need the necessary... We need to upgrade the R&D facility, but we don't have enough funds to upgrade the R&D facility, which is a significant problem. Significant problem! If I want to put my space station in orbit, it is a major problem. I need very heavy rocketry for that, it seems, and I do not have very heavy rocketry yet. Advanced metalworks, composites. So both possible strategies to erect the space station I desire are impossible without upgrading the R&D facility. Very, very annoying. We need 1,690,000 to upgrade the R&D facility. Unfortunately. Now, mission control, what else can I do? We're going to go plant flag on the moon. How much does that give me? 112,000 apparently. So the problem here is how much does the vessel I would send up to plant the flag on the moon cost? Load. So we're making barely, like, in the long run we're making only half of that, unless I go the other route and I proceed to do something like, say, this puppy. Or one of the other single-man ships. Just land that on the moon. But at the same time, I need the science anyway, so... more science. Perhaps the thing to do is... I don't know. I do not know what I should be doing about this. All I know is that... things are not the way I would prefer them to be. Alright. We are going to go to the moon, and we are going to plant flag and gather more science data. How much time do I have? I really want to put my flipping space station in orbit. I need 1,690,000. 69, nice. In 1,690,000 to upgrade R&D, which is annoying for various reasons. Supersonic flight, advanced aerodynamics, specialized control, advanced exploration. Interesting. Interesting. Precision engineering, scanning technology. Lovely. Composites, what is this? Ah yes, the surfboards. More fun when you have ion tech. Speaking of which, where is the ion tech? That's not the ion tech. Where is the... Okay, that's what that is. Convertotron. Oh yes, the Convertotron allows me to make fuel from the rocks on the planets. Can take raw materials, contain even trace amounts of oxygen and hydrogen, and crack them into useful fuel products. When operated by a skilled engineer, you will be able to operate with better efficiency. While this smaller model is lighter than its bigger cousin, it is less efficient and not designed for long-term operations. These modules operate best at their ideal operating temperature. Okay, good to know. Which one of these? Ah, here it is. Ion propulsion.
And I can't research it. Sad. Very sad indeed. That's strange. LK99 extra large landing gear. Does this mean that I'm allowed to use it because it's on a mission? That might be the issue. Ah, heat shield 10 meter. That might make certain things work better. I wonder if I could put that on the nose of a pod, and then we can re-enter the atmosphere face forward. That would be interesting. Alright. Okay. Oh my. Well, one thing is for certain. Attach a new part to satellite in orbit of Moon. Send a Kerbal engineer on a craft and attach a FLR-20 RCS fuel tank to the target satellite. Interesting. I have never tried that type of mission before. Didn't even know you could until recently. Not sure exactly how this works. All right. Might find a way to make that work. Okay, repair a satellite in orbit of Minmus. Attach a new part to satellite in orbit of the Moon. Gather surface deployed. I might want to try this mission, because there's something fishy about this. I haven't the foggiest idea how to do it, because it's a mission type from a DLC that I haven't messed with. That or it's a new patch thing. FLR-20 RCS fuel tank on the aging. Okay. Have an engineer on the active vessel. Okay. I'm a little bit perturbed about this one. This one should have done something. Collected 0% of 50% of the surface deployed mystery goo observational science on Minmus. Maybe the issue is I need to set up a Moon satellite network. I don't know. Or a Minmus satellite network. Let's see. To perform the test, use the run test option in part. Oh, I see. Attach a new part to satellite. So we are going to travel to the Moon, and then when we get there, we are going to rendezvous with this satellite, and we're going to find out if we can make this work. FLR-20 RCS fuel tank on the aging. Okay. Not entirely sure how that's supposed to work. Maybe I can look it up.
How to do engineer KSP mission attach. Yeah, look at that. Okay, here we go. ATD, the new contracts for repairing satellites is bugged? Well, that's 2 years ago. The title needs to be changed as the root of the problem was discovered after creating. Contract creates a vessel ID that does not match the ID of the vessel created by accepting this contract. Thus, the mission is impossible to complete. Oh. Well, that was 2 years ago, so presumably that bug's been fixed by now. Build a rocket with a crew module, then go to the cargo tab and drag the part into the crew module bit. Then make sure in your crew tab you have an engineer Kerbal. Launch the rocket rendezvous with the SAT. Go EVA with the engineer and go into EVA build mode and drag the battery onto the SAT and Okay. FL-R20 RCS fuel tank. Let's see if I can do that. We are on the Brutus again. Open. Alright, let's see what we can do with the service bay here. We don't need that, we don't need that, and we don't need that. But what we do need is this. Ooh, interesting. How small is this? Okay, it's that small. Okay. It fits. Very interesting. So this is how we do it. FL-R20 RCS fuel tank. Cargo part that can be placed inside inventories. Okay. Close. So we can take that to the moon. Good. I'll save for now. Very good. But let's go into the Kerbals and cargo. You do not need this, you do not need this, you do not need this. I very rarely have made use of the... Actually, I could probably just go ahead and give Bill this, except... That is a problem, that is a problem. Why did you make it work like this? I am confused, but we'll try anyway. What's the worst thing could happen? All hell breaks loose, probably. Okay, let's go ahead and launch. We know how to make a moon orbit at least. We'll see if we can accomplish this mission. Launch! Going up, 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 and away! Rotate! Lovely. Alright, we want a 45-degree angle if we can get one. And then we get ourselves going to the moon. All right. Decent. About to run out of fuel in this stage. Bam. Alright, are we there yet? Apoapsis achieved, or desired apoapsis achieved at least. Losing speed. Alright, I will point us horizontal to circularize orbit, and then we are on our way to the moon. Let's see how this mission takes us. Almost there. Burn, we must circularize orbit. Soon, very soon, we will have circularized our orbit and be on our merry way to the moon once more. This time with an unusual mission to accomplish that I have never tried before. Alrighty. Alright, I honestly kind of feel like I should allow myself to drift a little bit. Alright, let's get this orbit properly circularized, thanks. Close enough. Alright. Next, we want to proceed to the moon. The nodes are not different enough to be really worth bothering about. Though that looks like a pretty sharply inclined orbit for that satellite. Very annoying. No concern, though. Where are we currently? We are on the wrong side, so we're not going to be making our maneuver anytime soon. The moon is off that way, so we're going to have to wait a while. Let's warp here. We will see what we will see momentarily. Alright, give it the old 3 times 10 maneuvers. Once the moon is over the horizon, we proceed. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Where are you at, Mun? You should be coming over the horizon soon. Yep, pretty soon. There it is. 1x time, please, and prograde us. Now aiming for the prograde direction. Almost time to burn. And burn. We're going to the moon. That looks decent. Warp here. Zipping to the moon. Very soon we will arrive. The objective this time, we will repair a satellite and then we will make a landing to acquire the juicy science data that I so crave. Moon encounter coming up. Almost there with my moon encounter. Alright, now, where is my... Oh, that's bad. That is going to cause me some grief. Okay, well... Yeah, that's going to cause me some grief. Alright, well, it looks like I am on a collision vector with the moon. How annoying. Set as target. Yeah. Problems. What is the best way to correct this? I wonder, what if I tried to kill my, an idea forms in my mind. I do not know if it is a good idea, though. That is the problem. Let us get this far. And then we will try my insane idea. It probably won't work, but you never know. I might get stupidly lucky. Save game. Weird moon maneuvers. Save. Zip. Worst case scenario that I can foresee is that I wind up not having enough fuel to perform my science maneuvers. which I desire to perform. Ah, this might actually do me some good. Interesting idea. You know what, I'm going to continue a little bit. Wait, you know what, I don't want to do it like this anymore. We have done some shenanigans, so now I am going to properly circularize. Whoops, I want it to be orbit. Properly circularize my orbit now, please. Thank you. That's adequate. Ah, boy. We will reach the descending node and then proceed to... Let's warp there. Burn normal for a time. To match orbit with the satellite, we are unfortunately perpendicular relative to it, or this would make more sense. Normal, please. How soon before I get here? Sure, why not? All right. Orbit nearly corrected. Close enough. Now, let's see. Prograde. Yeah. And the way this usually works is the second intersection winds up being the one that makes everything go down properly. Oops, I hate when that happens. Pop it again. Closest it's gonna get for now. Okay then, now we need to get to the point where we are finding our happy little satellite. All right. Warp already in progress, it complains to me. We will want to burn retrograde relative to our target now, in order to attain a proper rendezvous maneuver. How soon before that happens? Okay. Let's warp there, and then we will begin the retrograde maneuver to cancel our momentum relative to target. Let's do it. Okay. Now we need to point ourselves towards the target. Okay. What is our distance? We are about 41 kilometers away. So we should probably go at a reasonable clip towards our target. How about 40, 50 meters per second towards target? That'll be fine. That will be a separation of 0.9. Okay. Warp here, please. Do I have target? Maybe. Where is it? I would think I'd be able to see the dang thing by now. Apparently, I cannot see it. Soon. Very soon. What will our relative loss? Relative speed will be 40 meters per second. That'll be fine. Warp here. I still do not see my target. Well, whatever. Cancel speed. Cancel relative speed again and hope for the best. Where is my target? My target should be less than a kilometer away. Not sure if I have the necessary fuel to attempt a proper moon landing anymore, but oh well. Where is that satellite? Are we even close? We are rapidly closing the up there it is. I think I see it. I thought I saw it for a second there. Is that it, maybe? I don't know. Having serious trouble finding it. Now that looks like it could be it. But I don't know that that's it, and it's bothering me. That's gotta be it. Separation practically nil, so we'll warp there and hope for the best. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer. I do believe we have achieved. We will now cancel our momentum and prepare ourselves for the shenanigans. Open, and we want the engineer to EVA out. Oh dear. What the heck just happened? That wasn't supposed to happen. That was strange. I hit a wrong button there for a second. Alright, you somehow got far away from the vehicle. You need to get closer again. Bill, and that thing. Why are you unable? You cannot carry it, period, and that is a problem. That is a significant problem. How do I even do this if you can't carry it? Like, seriously, how do I do this? Okay. Is this like a mission that is simply not possible? Oh dear. How to attach component. In space. KSP. Alrighty. Alright. The great Oracle of Google will save us, maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Worst case scenario is I restore to an earlier save point. I am rapidly becoming disillusioned with trying to do KSP for one stupid reason. It is simply not working out. Maybe I should give up on career mode and just play it in science mode. Okie dokie. Alright. Something is very fishy about this. Cargo part can be placed inside inventory, as you say. Well, I certainly can't get to the satellite without my RCS. So, removing my RCS is out of the question, because that's just a good way to lose my Kerbal entirely. Now, what am I supposed to do? Huh, that's cute. What are you doing with a, interesting. How am I supposed to put an RCS propellant tank on this? I mean, that would make sense if I could come over here and do that. However, the problem I am suffering from is the simple fact that I simply do not have the means to take it out of inventory on the ship. I am getting increasingly confused about this. Oh dear. What is this? Construction mode. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, that's an idea, I suppose, but how do I do this? I am beginning to get ideas that just might work. Alright, new thoughts enter my head. Let's get back on board. Pop us back in the general direction of the satellite, please. Close doors for this maneuver. I want us to be nice and happily alongside it. Or as alongside it as we are likely to get. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Now let us have our engineer pop out, engage construction mode, and figure out how to make this work. Alright, something fishy about this. Alright, disable construction mode, just let go for a moment, RCS on. You are now heading this direction. Ah, it worked. All right, well, that appears to have done the trick. That was simpler than I expected. Although it looks like we somehow bumped the satellite a little bit, but oh well. Going to try to get out of the satellite's local environment while I can. We have accomplished the contract, it looks like. Attach a new part to satellite in orbit of the moon. Now from here, my plan would be to land on the moon and then plant the flag and grab some science points while we're at it. However, we are too low on fuel for that, which annoys me to no end. And the reason we're too low on fuel is, well, there's honestly a combination of factors leading to that, but goodness gracious, what a pain. Well, I'm glad I figured that out at least. Nevertheless, I am disappointed that we now have to return to Kerbin due to low fuel. Though at the same time, an adventurous part of me is like, land on Moon anyway? Save. Alright, let's see how we do here. Switch to orbit mode. Point us, I don't know what a good direction would be. How about... Anti-normal... Surely this might work anyway. Nah, the heck with it. We'll go retrograde. Let's see what happens. Bam. What's the worst thing that could happen? Where is this ending me up? Ah, there's some interesting little possibilities that I might inspect. Yes, that might work. That might work. Alright. Okay. That should be a direction that gets me. That's a 1 hour compared to a 2 hour. Okay. So we will warp to that position. We are going to land on the moon anyway. Okay. We are starting to go a little bit on the fast side. I'm going to wait until we're at around 10,000 meters and see what happens. Then again, I might be approaching a little bit too fast for my britches. Maybe I should wait for something more like, I don't know, 50,000 meters maybe. Because we are coming in awfully fast, and that could be a problem. I'm probably about to learn that no, I really don't have the fuel to do this. What a pain that would be. Oh dear, oh dear. Let's wait until we're at 50,000. Alright. How quickly can I make this happen? Maybe I can make it work at 10,000. Wouldn't that be a real smooth move? Yeah, I think this'll have to be it. Let's go. It's either this or we crash and burn. We're probably going to crash and burn anyway, but may as well try. I think yep, we're gonna crash. I screwed up. I screwed up because I was in sea mode and not terrain mode. Bad day at Black Rock. Funny. That module survived, but it's going to crash anyway in a moment. Oh my. Shall we watch this part blow up as well? Screwed up because I was in sea mode and not terrain mode. Sorry guys, you're going to die on the moon now. And that's when I load save, as you do. Coming back down. We are not in a good place right now. Have a nice day. And... Alright. We want to... close. We want to load game, actually. Load save. I believe I named it Land on Moon anyway. Load. Let's do that again. Alright. We want to be in orbit mode, retrograde pattern, blammo until we get to this point. Or something similar to it. Alright. Let's continue a little bit. I believe we want it to be a little bit over. That's probably adequate. Okay. Now we time accelerate until we are about here, I believe. Up here. Okay. Second attempt. This time I make sure that I am in terrain mode. Goodness gracious, I need to be in terrain mode for this, or we're going to have problems. This time, let's try it for 20,000 meters instead of 10,000. The idea here is I desperately need to save fuel. But I'm also not very good at winging certain aspects of the landing operation. Yeah, maybe 35,000 is better. Actually, yeah. Yeah, we're fine. A little bit closer. I could probably make it work at the 10,000 meter level. Yeah, I could probably make this work at the 10,000 meter level. Let's just do it. Let us prepare for the operation. And do it! Yeah, we're definitely good, but we're also not going to have fuel to get back into get back to Kerbin. Sadness, sadness, sadness. We are not going to have the necessary fuel to do this. We can come down, but we can't go back up. That's the problem. And that's why I saved game before trying this. Painful. But we'll try anyway, because why not? Never let it be said I didn't try. Well, that flipped me. Good job, good job. And that's what trying to do this with low fuel gets you. Yep, we are going to load save, and we are just going to go home. Land on one anyway, indeed. Load. Well, we're up here anyway. Let's see if we can get a pittance of science data anyway. Yeah, we're not getting any. We're not getting very much. Not getting very much at all. Yes, that'll be enough. Alright, how are we gonna head home from here? Well, first things first, we need to reset. Let's... Let us reset our target, if we can. Bam, 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 bam. Sure, we'll set Minmus as target, but that doesn't work very well. Let us point ourselves normal and see if that fixes anything. No, not with respect to target. With respect to orbit. Alright, we are getting our orbit back the way it ought to be. Okay. So... At this point, we will be facing away from... okay, warp here. And then we will burn prograde to return to Kerbin. It saddens me that we couldn't do one landing, but we just don't have the fuel after that ridiculous satellite repair upgrade operation. Though it is interesting to know that we can make proper additions to spacecraft in orbit now. Very interesting. Okay, what are we up to here? That might be adequate. Okay. Farewell, Mun. It's too bad we weren't able to land on you this time. But we were able to have various other forms of fun. Okay. Warp here. I really wanted to put my space station in orbit, but it looks like it's not likely to happen. And the fact it's not likely to happen annoys the heck out of me. No, we don't need you to be pointing prograde all the time. Warp here. Warp here. It's probably better if we... save game. Another unstable Kerbin re-entry. Save. I swear, this design for re-entries is terrible. Absolutely terrible. But we have still kinda sort of made it work all this time. That's good enough. Let's point ourselves retrograde and burn. Cancel our horizontal momentum as much as our engines will permit. Well, it looks like we're going to have a water landing unless things get crazy, which they probably will get crazy, let's be real. When have we had a reasonable descent? How are we doing? Yes, I believe we are already at the point where we are guaranteed to deorbit. Coming in for another landing indeed. I really wish I could get my dang space station in orbit, but perhaps I was too ambitious. Yes, I was too ambitious to make it happen. Still accelerating due to gravity. I need to start decelerating, please. Decelerate, if you please. Yes, we're probably going to wind up going overland soon. Alright, this is the part where it starts to look like things are overheating beyond reason. Looks like that's one of the landing gear. Now the engine looks like it's about to overheat. Give me my happy deceleration, please. We need to be able to use the parachutes. And we can't unless you decelerate significantly. Whoop, here we go again. Do try not to permit the parachutes to overheat. Bad, bad. No overheating for parachutes, please. Bad. Okay, will I manage to make this work? Maybe. Alright, we are going overland. I really wish that this would... Alright, the parachutes are no longer at risk of overheat. If you'd be so kind as to permit me a use of my parachutes, I would appreciate it, system. We are almost under 5,000 meters. I need to be able to use my chutes. Give me a safe point to deploy chutes. Give me safe point to deploy chutes. Let me deploy the chutes. Come on. All right, we are in business. It's a land deployment. Okay, and the chutes are fully deployed. And we may deploy landing gear. All right. We have survived once again. Wait. Oh, that's because we're in orbit mode. We need to be in surface mode. There we go. Whew. All right. Now we can accelerate for a while until we're under 100 meters. Once again, we have survived. Just don't get nudged by a tree, please. Okay. The return to Kerbin is a complete success. Recover. Now that one was just for the money. And how much money do we have? Hopefully over 1 million by now. Oh, good, we do have over 1 million. We got a pittance of science from that mission. We need a little bit more, and we'll be able to... Okay. Test the Spark liquid fuel engine on an escape trajectory out of Minmus. That's ridiculous. Gather surface-deployed seismic sensor science from the surface of the moon. Can't do that. How's this going? We have collected 14% of 50% of the surface-deployed mystery goo observation science on Minmus. Well, that's good. That tells me that we will eventually get the necessary stuff from Minmus. It might even make sense for me to prepare a series of comsats to finish that. This mission is just nonsense, though the completion is rather tempting, I suppose. Nevertheless. Suborbital trajectory. Test LY-99 extra large landing. It tempts me so, it tempts me so. I really want this to be done. Let's open the absolute nonsense. You know what? I don't need wings. I don't need this to make sense. I don't need this to make sense. Alright, we're going to load the Brutus. We are going to remove the science gear. We are going to add another decoupler. You're the 25, right? Good. Boop. Boop. Alright. We are then going to add the ridiculous LK99 to this absolutely nonsensical ensemble. Actually, you know what? The LK99 is too big for this nonsense. We need to remove this first. And then we will add an additional fuel tank of the same type. Oh, wrong type. Of the same type so that we can get the LK99 to fit. Start retracted. Absolute nonsense. Alright, now that we have done that much, it is time for the rest of this absolute nonsense. Nonsense craft. We'll call this one the NC 101. Nonsense craft. Bam. Save, I guess. We are now going to launch this puppy. We are not going to need these chutes. Let's save again. We will only need the one chute on the nose. We are not going to need the extra chutes for this one. Alright, let's see what nonsense happens now. Launch. I'm almost tempted to not send the entire crew. Hey, Caleb. I am doing the nonsense mission again for money's sake. While you were away, I think, unless you were here unless you hadn't left yet, I have determined something with respect to getting the repair missions and the upgrade missions figured out. So apparently, they added the ability to install components while in orbit, which I didn't know that you could do. Here I am continuing to play with this design, although I modified it a little on the grounds that I need to use the silly test bed. And boy, oh boy, is it a silly test bed. If I could launch these things with a square shape, that would be interesting. I am not going to land on Minmus, but I'm going to establish a suborbital trajectory to Minmus so that I can perform the silly test and get my silly money. And then we're heading back to Kerbin with a significantly more survivable design. Somehow, none of those things have actually crashed when Kerbin re-entry, but we have come darn close. We have been at like 3,000 meter altitude before the parachutes are ready to be deployed. And it's crazy. This time, however, we're not going to have that problem because there is no signs to recover, just the command module itself, which we will recover. And the apoapsis is way the heck over here. Need to do the usual routine of wait for the apoapsis to be at roughly 80,000 meters, then we adjust our orbital inclination to match Minmus, and then we... Okay, how are we doing? I'm suspicious that my awkward-shaped vessel may have changed the way this will work slightly, but it's okay. We appear to have plenty of fuel to make it into orbit of Kerbin. And if we can make it to orbit of Kerbin, we can make it to Minmus, which is our destination for this mission. At this point, I think I just want to accomplish all of the missions that I've signed up for in order to get the money to upgrade the R&D facility so that I can finally get the better rocket systems. And with the better rocket systems, I can want my space station in orbit. I want my space station in orbit, darn it. Apoapsis is getting closer and closer to what I want it to be, but it's not there yet. We will soon have the 80,000. Nonsense for science! Yes, I wound up giving up on trying to make it look like a space plane because the wings kept on interfering with the launch. Maybe if I upgraded my aeronautics, I might be able to use some kind of more space shuttle-y looking design that would go into space easier. The space shuttle is one of those dang vessels which annoys me because it is a sexy looking ship, but it is a very inefficient design when push comes to shove. But it was an early attempt at making reusable craft, until that mad lad Musk came along with SpaceX and made reusable booster engines. Flipping reusable booster engines. No one had thought of trying that nonsense until Musk came along, so far as I can determine. Alright, I need to circularize my orbit before I have a problem. I believe this is the best way to circularize orbit, so let's get on with it. Give me my circularized orbit. We need it, and we need it yesterday. Oh boy. Have you learned a thing or two about real-world space physics from watching me play this? Because as entertaining as I intend to be, I also hope to be at least a little bit educational. And Kerbal Space Program, goodness. Kerbal Space Program will teach you a thing or two about orbital dynamics. If it kills Jeb 1,000,000 times. Come on, circularize me. Give me my circularized orbit. I need my circularized orbit. There we go. Give me my periapsis above 70. Good. There we are. Though we almost ran out of fuel for that stage, which is annoying because I'd rather be able to use that stage as a transfer to Minmus, but no such luck. All right. Give me a... We are approaching the descending node, which means I need to burn normal until the... Need to burn normal until we get to... Okay. Warp here, but we need to burn normal. Cancel warp. To get myself to the point where I'm aiming normal. Okay, we are adjusting our position so we can change orbital inclination. The normal is where you need to burn when you are at the descending node to adjust inclination. How are we doing? Well, I guess we're not a little bit far from the descending node for doing this. Let's get a little bit closer. I'm going to lose this... Yes, space travel has many, many steps, and the movies definitely skip the overwhelming majority of them and probably misrepresent the rest of them. Like, for instance, the movies will frequently show, we need to go down to the planet, and then they just swoop down to the planet as though they were flying planes. When in reality, you need to burn retrograde. Like, you look like you're flying backwards, because you are flying backwards when you're trying to deorbit. Oh my. Although the space shuttle kind of changed things a little bit, because the space shuttle did some finagling where they burn backwards, but once they have a trajectory that will get them back into the atmosphere, they just kind of, okay, now I need to jettison this puppy and then proceed the rest of the way. And... Alright,
the space shuttle's routine is they would burn backwards like you have to in order to deorbit, but then after they had a suborbital trajectory, they would position the bottom of the craft towards the atmosphere because that's where all the heat shield material was. And then after they had decelerated due to friction adequately, they would glide the craft to an airfield and land like a plane. Except they were landing like a glider, and they were coming in way beyond too fast, so after they, when they got to touchdown, they would deploy parachutes out the back of the space shuttle to decelerate it the rest of the way. Alright, we're going to reach the point where we need to burn toward Minmus sooner than I'd hoped. And it's going to be crazy, because this is the nonsense piece of equipment I'm testing. There is no reason whatsoever to be testing this piece of equipment on a craft like this, but whatever. Whatever, I guess. Absolute nonsense. Look at this absolute nonsense. Oh dear. Alright, we are not going above, I'm just doing this one for the career mode money so that I can upgrade the R&D facility. Once the R&D facility is upgraded, I should be able to put my space station in orbit, and then everything can be peachy. Alright, Minmus is above, so we should be able to go where we need to go. Give me my Minmus transfer. Jeez. I'm starting to think that there may be an inefficiency at work here. But I also have twice as much fuel as the regular craft does, so I might still be able to make this work. Sheesh. Although the excess mass may be why it's taking longer than normal. Or at least longer than I remember it taking, goodness. You know, Kerbal nonsense is crazy enough that you could probably, uh-oh. Went slightly too far. Burn retro a little bit. Okay. I don't like the look of this, but we'll figure it out one way or another. For now, warp all the way over here, please. I think that's the Mun that we're passing, so where's the Minty Mun? We need the Minmus. There's Minty Minmus over there. Now, we really don't need you to be doing weird maneuvers right now, Jeb. We just need to make our Minmus approach. Minmus encounter at this point. Warp here. Hopefully we don't do anything stupid like, you know, crash into it. That would just ruin our day. Alright, here we are. What does our... Okay, this is a Minmus periapsis. So what I want to do is warp here and then burn retrograde until we have achieved Minmus orbit. Blam. Come along, people now. Alright, we have achieved Minmus orbit. So 2 million versus 500,000, that's fine. Okay, it shouldn't matter very much. We continue doing this until we have a Minmus periapsis of about, let's make it 20,000 meters this time. We really brought an excess amount of fuel to this mission. We didn't need this much fuel. We just brought this much because that many fuel tanks is what made the landing gear fit. And now we warp here. Goodness gracious, it's several Kerbin days to get there. Good thing this game doesn't simulate the snack storage. Goodness gracious. A little tiny bit closer, please. Now, I believe I would like to burn retrograde to bring this apoapsis down a bit. In fact, we will bring that apoapsis so far down that we have a suborbital trajectory, because that is what the mission demands of us. It demands a suborbital trajectory, so... Right, periapsis. No, you're not quite. Now we are happily suborbital. Now that we are suborbital, it is time to test the equipment. Run test. Okay. It would appear that, yep, mission accomplished. Now, point us prograde, if you would be so kind, and burn us a nice happy orbit again. Alright, we are now happily in orbit once more. Now I will simply wait for... we're actually already roughly where we want to be for this procedure. No, wait, we're not where we want to be because we're going this way. That's a problem. So we want to be way the heck over here. So that we are burning against Minmus's orbit with Kerbin, so we can return to Kerbin. Because I am not going to attempt to land this nonsense. Oh yeah, this game would be a lot more complicated if we had tracked the food. Though I'm sure there are games that require that kind of thing. Alright, we are now going to make this work somehow. Get our periapsis to the happy land of about 45,000 meters, and we'll be good to go. Alright, that's plenty. Except, yes. If by some miracle the atmosphere doesn't capture us, we have a moon encounter, but we're not going to encounter that. This thing does not calculate for how the atmosphere is going to mess with us. Warp here. Farewell, Minty Moon. We are warping away. Oh, we don't need you to be rotating all the time right now. Okay, we're heading home. Warp here. So as I usually do this sort of thing, we are simply going to get reasonably close and then burn the last of our fuel as we are approaching the atmosphere. Yep, warp here. Which, honestly, we have an excessive amount of fuel. I could have probably landed on Minmus if I packed proper landing gear instead of whatever this nonsense is. How are we doing? Alright,
Alright, we're getting closer. Definitely getting closer. Almost where we need to be. I think when our altitude is 80,000 meters, I will begin the retrograde burn to reduce speed further. Because I think I would prefer to enter the atmosphere at 2,300 meters per second rather than whatever this is. We have so much fuel that I might have been able to just recover the whole craft if not for the, if not for certain little details. Nevertheless, we should be fine. Should be. Switching to land altitude for preparing to re-enter, I swear, it feels like half the game is just preparing for re-entry. I really want to put my space station in orbit before I call it a day. Alright, we are starting to experience atmospheric effects. But I also think that I am killing our horizontal motion fast enough that we won't be experiencing it for long. But once we are completely out of fuel, I am going to jettison this side of the craft, and we are going to just be bringing back the command module this time. Alright, here we go. We are only bringing back the command module this time. Maybe I should have put a proper heat shield on the bottom, but it shouldn't matter because Kerbal physics is weird. Alright, here we go. So I do get some ideas for ways to improve my current Minmus and Moonlander. Huh. I'm still decelerating. Interesting. Well, given this deceleration, I should... Yep, the parachute is ready. Very nice. We only have the command module this time, so we should be good to go. Yeah, this is going to be a ground landing, not that it matters much. Land on the wide side of the bell. Alright, coming in. As soon as the parachute deploys the whole way, we time accelerate until we're at 100 meters. A much more comfortable landing than some of the other ones. And that was the sound of the other module blowing up. Nice. Time accelerated. Okay, how are we doing here? Alright, we're almost touching down. Bump. Be a crew report. Now give me an EVA report. Yeah, wasn't entirely necessary to get here, was it? Now take a surface sample. Well, we got a tiny quantity of I get back on board for recovery. Okay. Yep, landing is one of the most important parts of flying. This is true. Very true, very true. If you can't land, you are doomed to be in the air forever. Okay, good to go. Well, we finished that contract. What else do we have? This one is now just gradually finishing on its own, I think. 14% of 50% complete. I kind of want to go to the tracking station and figure out what the deal with that is. Oh, I see. That, Aging the Moon ASP satellite. So it gave me a free satellite there. Now the other issue is, where is the Moon? Oh, I see. That's a desired orbit from that one bunch. Not the Moon. I need to find Minmus. Minmus? Toggle... Sipes? Deployed science. I want to proceed here, please. I want to know what the deal is with the deployed science down here. This is apparently functional. Okay, Probodobodine Experiment Control Station. Okay. Ah, so the comm signal is dead, and that's why it is not receiving anything. Why is the comm signal dead? Well, it might be dead due to the fact that Kerbin is not line of sight to us to the science station at the moment. Blub. Well, what about now? Science transmitted 13.51%. Science complete 34.8%. Interesting. So... I see. Alright. I begin to understand the deal with this. Oh my, oh my. Sun in the sky over the minty moon. Trying to evaluate the, goo. Because that's how Kerbals get their science. They like looking at this goo, man. I don't know how the goo translates into more booster, but it apparently does. Anyhoot. Back to the Space Center. If I had a way to set up some comsaps around Minmus, that might do the trick. There should be a way. Then I can get the science faster, and then I can do a large number of other things faster. Yes. How are we on electronics? We have the RA-15 array. That will do the trick, probably. Propulsion systems. We will need... I'm afraid we're going to need this type of propulsion system if we want to do that. Yes, yes. I used to know how to make this work. It was a long time ago. Ooh, we can build the nuclear engine. Very nice. The nuclear engine might let me get to Eve more easily. Nuclear engines don't burn fuel. They totally annihilate it. We just hope it doesn't begin any conflicts. Right. Despite the big scary trefoil painted onto the side of this engine, its radioactive exhaust and tendency to overheat, the LVN atomic rocket motor is harmless, mostly. Note that the LVN is the only LV series engine to run solely on liquid fuel. The future is glowing bright. Now, as far as Kerbal Space Program is concerned, the main disadvantage of the LVN is that it is awkwardly shaped. That's its main disadvantage. Awkward shape. Aside from that, it is one of the two better endgame engines. The other one being the ions. One giant ooze of a planet. That makes me wonder, are there any... the Wolfhound liquid fuel might be the... Yes. The Wolfhound would be the endgame conventional engine, I suppose. Yes, I remember using this engine on a Duna lander at one point. That was a long time ago. The Mammoth is basically 4 vectors plugged together. Okay, let's see what we got here. Do we need the tiny engines, or no? We're probably fine with just these ones. So, let's see what we got here. I used to know how to set up a ComSat array, but alas, I have forgotten. It was a long time ago, a very long time ago. Actually, let's leave facility and take a quick glance at our current, monetarily speaking, we're getting closer to the amount we need to upgrade R&D. I should probably work on the rest of these missions while I'm thinking about it. This one annoys me because I'm probably going to need to set up a Minmus ComSat array in order to finish this quickly. But completion will give me more of this. Actually, I should probably just go over here and get ready to... Oh, we've got tourist missions. Nice. And we just need 2 tourists. So they want to orbit around Minmus and fly by Minmus. That's easy. How much are they going to cost? I can just send Jeb up with the tourists, so they're going to give me 120,000 then, or 122,000. Okay, the tourists sound easy enough. Take it. I'm not going to bother with their darn surface-deployed mystery goo thing. That's just annoying as heck. Observational study of the moon. No, that's a pain in the neck. I've tried those before. Repair a satellite in orbit of Kerbin. That sounds pretty easy, actually. I could probably just set up a Gemini. I could throw up one of those Gemini orbiters, not to be confused with the real-world Gemini orbiter, and just get this satellite repaired. Just need to remember to bring a repair kit and we're good to go. Doesn't pay very much though, so it might be a waste of time. Alright, alright. I guess I'll take a look at what I currently have. Plant flag on Moon. I'm planning to do that anyway, on the grounds that I need to, grab more science from the Moon. So, I think I'm inclined to do another Moon landing, and then we're going to take the tourists up. With any luck, that'll get us the necessary money to finally upgrade R&D. And with R&D upgraded, I can put my desired space station in orbit. It's just pretty ridiculous that I still haven't quite gotten the, load. We're gonna go and land on the Moon now. Still haven't quite gotten what I want out of this. There's a thought. Might work. I am considering a modification to this design that might, MIGHT, might make it more survivable. Maybe, if we're lucky. Why not? Thermal. Is this the right size? Nope, too big. There we go. And coupling. Give me the TD25. Bam. Now, this TD25 needs to go here. Blammo. Okay. Might make landing on the Moon slightly more complicated, but we'll find out soon enough. It's an idea, alright. Might work, might work. At the very least, I cross my fingers and hope that we don't have the same problems that we had with some of the other landings. Okay. We'll call it the Brutus X now, since we're going to eliminate the final stage engine before landing on Kerbin. Alright, let's launch. We are going to go to the moon, and we are going to plant a flag on the moon. That is our current plan. Do they wear Hawaiian t-shirts? I'm not sure. Full throttle and launch. Oh, that reminds me, I have a funny idea for what to do about my John B series. I had the funny idea that I might try to screw around with a VN Maker type engine to set up the dialogues and that to create a more interesting visual than what I could probably do with my limited video editing skills. However, it is kind of a silly idea when push comes to shove. Not up where we need to be yet. We did add a tiny amount of mass with the decoupler and the heat shield. But we will see, we will see. We are on our way to orbit Kerbin. 25,000 meters. Need to get a little bit farther. Okie dokie. Getting closer and closer to where we need to be. Getting off of Kerbin is a microcosm of how hard it is to get off of Earth. Oops. There we go. It is much harder to get into Earth orbit than it is to get into Kerbin orbit. And you can already tell that it's quite a process to get into Kerbin orbit. A little bit more. We need that 80,000 meters, please. And coast the rest of the way. Alright. Alright. I think once it says we're about 30 seconds away is when I will begin to burn again. We're going to the moon this time. This time it's going to be a landing. We're not playing any games with upgrading weird satellites or strange shenanigans like that. We are just going to go to the moon. Although I do intend to set up some kind of ComSat array later. I find that my ComSat constellations in KSP have a tendency to drift in ways that make them borderline unusable later, so you wind up having to build another one. Oh my. Let's burn! Get ourselves nice and happy. Gotta get it going. Just need another 1,000 meters per second and we're in business. Almost there. Where is my periapsis? There it is. Alright, we're in business. Orbit achieved. Now just gotta wait for the moon to be where I need it to be. And it's kind of almost where I need it to be anyway. Okay then. Give me a tiny bit of time acceleration. As soon as we see the moon, we burn to it. We are going to make another moon landing this time. Not a Minmus landing, but a moon landing. We are going to the regular moon, not the minty moon. Alright, here it goes. Full speed ahead. Going to the moon and not to Minmus. That makes everything easier. In case you're wondering, yes, the space junk is still in orbit after I have detached from it. And I can actually track the space junk back in the, whoops. I went too far. Retrograde mode. Engine's got a little bit too much oomph to it. I'm just gonna retrograde until I see a moon, intercept or a moon encounter, then we'll be in business. Hello, moon. One encounter, one escape. Okay, I like. That should do the trick. Now we are going to warp to the moon encounter. Wonder what the Kirbys would think about Earth. Kirbys, are you thinking about, Kirby the Nintendo game? Hard to say, hard to say. Many shenanigans. Also, is it just me, or are the Nintendo people getting into, like, apocalyptic scenarios? Like the recent Kirby game, the supposed backstory of Splatoon, Pikmin, they're all supposedly taking place in some timeline where humanity has gone extinct. It's a little strange how multiple of the Nintendo franchises seem to have done that. Alright. Burning retrograde to establish orbit of the moon. Alright, we have established a moon orbit. Now I want to establish a moon approach. We want the periapsis to be around, I'd say, 30,000 meters or so. Alright, that's close enough. Now let's take a quick gander at this. Poke me normal to see what happens if I try this. Interesting, that might do some neat things to my orbit. Alright, we now have an orbital trajectory that puts me in the middle of a crater. Every individual crater on the moon counts as a separate quote-unquote biome, so they should all give me different levels of science data. So let's try this. I should be going this way, so pop me over here. I think I have enough fuel to make this work. It's absolute nonsense work, so we'll warp here. Then we will burn retrograde. We are approaching the moon. And we will burn retrograde until I have cancelled all horizontal velocity, and we will make our descent. It appears that I am not quite where I expected to be. We will go a little bit farther. Warp here. All right. Is this where I expect it to be? Also not quite. A little bit further. Ah, to heck with it. Let's go ahead and warp all the way over here. We'll be definitively over the crater then. And we're going to just go ahead and cancel our... We have plenty of fuel as far as I can determine, so we can probably get away with doing this. And even if we can't, I am confident in our ability to return to moon orbit when this is all said and done. We are canceling our horizontal momentum in its entirety, and we will soon be descending upon the moon. Alright. We are now descending. Alright, that used a rather large amount of fuel. Hopefully we have enough to complete our landing maneuvers. Alright, next step is I wait until I'm around 10,000 feet. I'm going to go ahead and save game. Moon landing approach Z to differentiate it from all the others. Alright. We'll try the 10,000 feet approach. Alright. Okie dokie, this may work. Heck, I might even be able to go with 5,000 feet. Let's go ahead and kill our descent rate before we go colliding with the ground, of course. Alright. Yes, we have plenty of fuel and plenty of descent. Yes, I may have used a little bit too much fuel, I dare say. Bam! Made it. Give me the old crew report. good. Excellent. Try not to topple the capsule, but I think our... Alright, we're good. Plant flag. Another verified moon crater. Fun times. Take surface sample. Good to go. Swap to the spacecraft. Open. Conduct materials study. Keep the science. Observe mystery goo. Keep the science. Log temperature. Keep the science. Log pressure. Keep the science. We are good to go. Alright, Jeb, it's time for you to hop back on board. We have our science. We have planted our flag. Did that count? Yep, we planted a flag on the moon, so we should have gotten our money's worth from that. Notice it takes a little bit more oomph to get the jetpack to get you anywhere when you're on the moon compared to Minmus. Okay, get back on board. Close doors. Close. SAS on. This way, please. Apoapsis over moon needs to be at about 20,000, give or take. Good. When we get closer, we burn prograde until we have orbit around moon, and then we get our happy butts back to Kerbin, though I'm a little scared that we may have overused the fuel for the landing, which would be a pain in the neck if we did, because we do not have a lot of fuel left, and we need to be able to return to Kerbin. Alright. Warp here. Prograde. Burn! I am concerned that we don't have enough fuel to get out of here. And I'll be screwed. Yep, we're going to have problems. Yeah, we're gonna have significant problems. We don't have enough fuel to go home. We do not have enough fuel to go home, which is a problem. A major problem indeed. RPG question. I don't know. It's been a while since I was serious about Pathfinder type stuff. The disappointment that I can't seem to get them home, but there is one way around this. There is a way to solve this problem, and that is called... we send Val to save them. Yep, we just go up and send Val to save them. That's the solution. Back to the Space Center. That thing should have been able to land on the moon without running that low on fuel, but I chose to go to the moon on a not particularly fuel-efficient method. So now I have to waste time sending Val up to recover them. Yes, I'm sure the tourists want to go places too. We are going to change some things out here. Cargo. Wrong thing. Utility. Hitchhiker storage. Thermal. Heat shield. Coupling. TD-25. Blam. Good. Pain in the neck. Pain in the neck. Alright, Val, it's time for you to go and rescue these goofballs from their pain, suffering, and so forth. Yep, it's rescue mission time. We're gonna call this one the Brutus R. Save. We don't need the landing gear for this one, so may as well take that off. Oh dear, oh dear. Though I am sorely tempted to put the tourists on board and send them off to Minmus. Alright, let's launch. I know we'll have enough fuel to do this. It just annoys me to no end. Alright, full speed ahead, we're going up. Fools ran out of fuel. How do you do that? Now they're marooned in orbit. Now I've got the unsavory... Oh boy. The unsavory necessity of recovering. Pain in the neck. I just love how they all just collide with each other after they detach. Alright, we're gonna go recover those goofballs and the science that they obtained, and then we're coming back down to... And we're coming back to Kerbin. Provided I don't screw this up and find it necessary to, Oh dear, I don't think I'm likely to screw this up, but you never know, I might find a way to screw it up. Oh my. think this thing's... the dang hitchhiker capsule is heavier than the science material was, so it's being a bit more difficult to get into orbit. But whatever. Whatever. Do 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 do. Alright, point me prograde, and then we're going to... just give me the dang acceleration already. We need to circularize our orbit. And then we need to get ourselves en route to the moon to recover those goofballs. Alright, we should be seeing periapsis pop out of the other side of Kerbin soon. Pain and neck and pain. Alright, we're good to go. Stability assist mode. Alright, Val, we just gotta get to the moon. So, warp here. Yep. Okay. Give me 3 or 4 times time acceleration until we see the moon pop over. There it is. Point us prograde and then accelerate us there. They just had to run out of fuel, didn't they? Now I've got to go and perform some crazy rendezvous maneuvers to go and get them back. But before we do that, save game, recovery operation, save. And then that dang thing is going to be stuck in moon orbit for who knows how long. Yeah, my current craft is definitely heavier than the one that I sent to the moon. We're going to have a lot of fun with this, I can tell. Alrighty. Sure, fine, we'll do it that way. You know what, we'll go a little bit further until we run out of fuel on this puppy. I guess that'll have to do. Okay. Now we can detach this part and not worry about it any further. Whoops, nope, I don't want any more of that. Good. Okay, moon encounter, followed by moon escape. So now that we've gotten this far, let us... Where is the moon actually? Where are they? Did something happen? Nothing should have happened. Unless something stupid happened, which would just ruin my day. Space Center. No, I can't go to the Space Center for some reason. Why not? Why can't I go to the Space Center? Okay. I am perplexed. What is going on? Why can't I go to the Space Center? Alright, now it'll let me go to the Space Center. worst case scenario. If they, for some reason, disappeared because of some weird orbital hiccup problems, I think I'll just shut the game off right now. Nah, it looks like they're still orbiting the moon. Alright, fly over here. How are we doing? Yes, we are at practically no fuel and stuck in an orbit of the moon. So you know what? Let's just have Bob get out. Hey Bob, give me an EVA report. Nah, there's no science to be had there. Detach and activate your RCS. Open service bay. Collect data. Remove data. Dee 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 dee. We are going to need to transfer the science data to the other ship. I was hoping to recover the equipment as well, but we won't be able to do that. Collect data, remove data, take data, take data, take data, store experiments. That works. That will have to be how this goes. Grab. Oop, did not work at all. Back off. Overcorrecting much. Grab. Board. Close down. Ah, it is Dave. How are we doing? Now return to the Space Center. I'm doing a rescue mission because ran out of fuel in moon orbit. But they have valuable science data, so I'm trying to recover that as well. Tracking station, take me to Val's recovery vehicle. All right, Val. Warp here. I hate it when we have to do rescue missions. Drives me nuts. I'm just trying to get enough science to be able to send my space station into orbit without having it be a federal issue. But I can't even seem to do that. Oh boy. But then it's probably because I have certain requirements for a space station. Big requirements for a space station. Okay, here we are. So I guess I will wait until we are near the moon periapsis here, and then we will begin to commence retrograde motion. Okay. Burn. Establish orbit of moon. Let's see if we can get a happy little 10K orbit that we can adjust to establish a rendezvous point. Or perhaps a 15K will do the trick. Well, set as target. Good, good, good. Oh Lord, we're going to have some node problems, aren't we? Yep, we're going to have node problems, I can already tell. Intersection, separation 40 kilometers. Separation getting closer and closer. Relative speed is too damn high, however, which is annoying. Yes, the relative speed is far, far beyond too damn high. What is our periapsis at here? Turn that off. Periapsis, I completely screwed that up. We're going to need to point our periapsis to 15,000 meters. Alright. Next stage, we warp here and prepare to adjust our orbit appropriately. Now we burn to bring the apoapsis down to a similar level. I have perhaps made some slight errors. I think I will wait until I have reached the descending node. Except due to the fact that Val is not as skilled as Jeb, I'm going to have to handle part of this semi-manually. Alright. Where is the node, Val? Not target mode, I need orbit mode. Node, here it is. This is so infuriating. I wonder if there might have been a way that I could have set it up to not require me to burn quite so much fuel, because I grow concerned that I may burn so much fuel that I wind up not being able to accomplish my objective. Yes, I am using an awful lot of fuel, and it disturbs me greatly the amount I have been stuck using to set up my orbit correctly, and Val's lack of normal anti-normals is not helping. In fact, we're about to run it. Alright, you know what? Load save. What did I name it before we got this far? One landing approach. Recovery operation. I believe that's what we called it. Alright, load that. Where are we now? We are in orbit here, and we were preparing to go to the moon. Ah, yes. This is the point where we were about to head to the moon. This time I will take the first moon encounter rather than the encounter I was planning on. So, when we get to the very first opportunity for a moon encounter, I believe that improves the likelihood that we'll be pointed in the correct direction for establishing moon orbit relative to our compadre's orbit. Alright, we now have a moon encounter. Hopefully it will turn out to be the right moon encounter. Warp. Time warp established. Dave, I don't think Dave's played this game before, but he has watched me play this game on countless occasions. Though the... I once blew his mind by explaining to him that, oh dear, this is unfortunate. It says time warp complete, but it looks like we did not actually get a moon encounter, which annoys the bejesus out of me. So that being the case, I believe I am compelled to burn retrograde until I have established my own moon encounter. Thank you kindly. Pain and suffering. I hate it when the game lies to me. It told me I'd have a moon encounter here, but there is no moon encounter. Give me moon encounter, darn it. It will not give me a Moon encounter. Why not? There we go. Now we have a Moon encounter. I'm not clear on if it is the right Moon encounter, and that is a problem. Wait. You killed my other Moon encounter. Okay, now we have another Moon encounter, but is it the right Moon encounter? I do not know. Wait, what? Why? Why does it keep giving me a Moon encounter and then making the darn thing not be a Moon encounter? I'm getting a little... Okay, now we have a Moon encounter, and it looks like... maybe, just maybe, we are going to be pointed in the correct direction this time. Okay, let's find out. Will this be the right direction, or am I screwed? Again. Looks like it might be the right direction. Let's find out. Now I need to get to 15k. 15k periapsis. Actually, if I can establish a intercept, let's see, set as target. What is the node? What do the nodes look like now? The nodes are much nicer, so I shouldn't have quite the same problem I had before. Alright, we've established this point. Now, let us proceed to the ascending node and burn anti-normal. Alright, I don't need that. I need... That is the normal, I need the anti-normal. Give me the anti-normal so I can finish my minor orbital corrections here. Ooh, very nice. We're almost where I need to be. Okay, that'll do. Alright. Periapsis. What is the periapsis? The periapsis is sufficient for my purposes. Up here. I probably could have gone with a slightly higher periapsis, but this will have to do. How are we? We're not there yet. Warp here. Give me retrograde. Now burn me down until the apoapsis is similar. Or better yet, burn me down until we have a happy intercept here. That might do the trick. Alright, that will be adequate. Warp here. Alright. Now we want our position relative to target. Okay. Which will be... Okay. This will do, I think. Current distance is... Well, we're closing, so that's all that really matters, right? Let's warp to this point, and then we will cancel our velocity relative to target and approach target. Alright. Cancel velocity relative to target. Now we can approach target. Where are you, target? There you are. Okay. Okay. Dee. So by that point, we will be at separation 0. Sounds good. Where are you, Jeb and company? I just need to get alongside them so that we can transfer people. And in this timeline, I haven't recovered the... Time warp might mess with the encounters, I don't know in 100%, but it's been very strange. It has been certainly strange. Alright, I believe I see the ship. I am going to point myself retrograde so that we can cancel velocity soon. And we have plenty of fuel to get back to Kerbin, provided that my re-entry method works out for us. Oh dear. Yes, that is the craft. I'll accelerate a little bit, but not super much. We're going to be alongside momentarily. Alright, good to go. I will now switch craft. We are going to open the bay doors. Bob will EVA out. Spacebar. RCS on. Take data. Where are you, Bob? Collect data, remove data. Collect data, remove data. Take data. Take data. Now head over here. Board the ship. Alright, Bill, it's your turn. EVA, detach, RCS on. Head on over, my friendo. It's time to get heading home on the other boat. Grab it, get on board. Alright, now... Valentina. Transfer crew. Transfer crew. Where is the transfer crew button? Transfer to this module. Swap over. Alright, Jeb, you're abandoning ship. It's time to abandon ship now. That one was not able to get us home. Not enough fuel. But we're taking the science data with us back in this module. Grab. Board. Good to go. Now we do the usual routine. Okay. We may now deselect target, I believe. If it would let us deselect target, that would be helpful. Weird. Alright, whatever. I believe we're spitting around this way, so we want to be over here by the time... We are gradually drifting away now. Which is fine. Fine and dandy. We now need to be focused on the orbit. Which means it's now time for us to burn prograde. right, and give us a nice happy periapsis that returns us to Kerbin, where we belong. Come on, we need to go home. Hopefully this will work out and not require yet another rescue vehicle, because goodness. And that's a little bit on the, close enough. We shall now be able to get on with life. Day versus 2 day, okay. Warp. Zipping away. We don't need that to be active. Okay, we are on our way back to Kerbin now. Warp here. Okay, there we go. Approaching Kerbin. How much further do we have to go now? Okay, a little bit speedier. A teensy bit speedier, yes, a little bit speedier. Alright, now I'm going to want to poke us retrograde and begin the burn. Once we have run out of fuel in this stage for our extra deceleration, we will jettison the engine and its fuel tank. And then we will cross our fingers that this puppy will keep itself pointed in the correct direction better than some of the other versions have. I installed a heat shield this time, just to make darn sure. Though heaven knows if it'll work out the way it should. Where is Val? Val should be on board, shouldn't she? Yeah, Val's in the other, Val's in this one. The other guys are chilling in the command module because of course they are. Uh-oh. Getting a little hot in there, eh, Val? Hopefully not too hot. We are decelerating at a rapid clip, so we should start to see the friction effects go away. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. Happy decelerations. I'd say this is a much more stable recovery platform. Alright. I could deploy the chutes now, but I think that would reduce our speed a little bit too fast. Now, however, I will deploy the chutes. And we're coming down. We're probably going to have a just barely land in the water instead of on the land, which is fine for our purposes. I think we can disable SAS now. Alright. Uh-oh. This is not good. Well, gents, it's been nice knowing you, but it looks like this design is, shit. I'm not sure why it's not slowing things down faster. Okay, I think there's only one thing left to do. Can I save game in this set date? Uh-huh. Bail out. Save. Alright, Bob. EVA. Take data. Deploy shoot. Boop. EVA. Deploy shoot. Boop. EVA. Deploy shoot. Boop. Oh dear, transfer crew, transfer up here. EVA. Deploy shoot. Boop. Okay. Wait, it landed properly? What? Oh, I think I know what happened. Okay, I'm dumb. Oh boy. Well, everyone kind of bailed out without needing to then. I think I know what happened. It was doing that stupid thing where it was displaying the orbital velocity instead of the velocity relative to the surface again. So I freaking, okay, recover vessel. This is going to require me to go to the tracking station and recover everybody individually now, but that was interesting. Oh dear. It's my own fault for not verifying what we were set to. Next. Tracking station. Alright, Valentina Kerman, recover. Jebediah Kerman, recover. Bob Kerman, recover. Brutus R, recover. Yay. Oh my, that is so ridiculous. So I made them all bail out with no need. I thought that the dang crew module weighed too much, so it was coming down at 150 meters per second when it rightly should have been coming down at like 15 to 20 meters per second. Good fire drill indeed. Oh dear. Alright. We still don't have enough. Oh, that's nice. Active. This is still... It's collected 40% of the 50% necessary, so it will give me more money when it's finally truly finished. So right now what I need to do is we are going to commence the absolute nonsense of the Minmus Tourists operation. We are going to go ahead with another Brutus launch. Or perhaps a Brutus X launch. Load. Yeah, Brutus X will be fine for this operation. crew. We are going to... Why is Valentina still not high level? Is it because she hasn't landed? Ah, well. It is what it is. I wonder if we can force this to, yes, that might do the trick. Remove this crew. We're going to have Valentina go on board, and the tourists. We are going to Minmus. I am running out of steam, so I might just call it after this, which is unfortunate because I still didn't manage to get my dang space station into orbit. Arg! Nevertheless, it is what it is, I suppose. Okay, this time the Brutus X will go to Minmus with the tourists and Valentina in command, so launch. This time I think it might be fun to do a polar landing on Minmus. SAS on, full throttle, boom. Lifting off once again, zipping to the right. We're going to go to Minmus. We're going to take the tourists to Minmus. Because they want to go to the Minty Moon. I like how scared the tourists look. Alrighty. We continue our ascent, aiming for an 80,000 APO as normal. Tourists in Hawaiian shirts. Oh, that's what you were talking about earlier. You were asking if the tourists wear Hawaiian shirts. Okay. I get it now. Too bad we're not heading to the moon, because this would be a perfect time to just keep on burning in order to get to the moon. But no, we're not going to the moon. And we are about to run out of juice on this stage, so... a little bit further. Aiming for an 80,000 meter apoapsis. Okay, almost there. No worries. Coasting to apoapsis. My understanding is that in the real world they don't say apoapsis as frequently as they do in KSP, but it's a technically correct word. It's just in practice they usually say things like apogee and perigee. Or if my theory that English is slow motion deleting the soft G sound, it will eventually be apogee and perigee.
But the day the soft G sound is completely deleted, we'll be saying things like gigantic and giraffe. Oh my. Just a slightly silly theory I have about language evolution. I am guessing that in the future the soft G sound will disappear from the English language. It'll take a few hundred years, but it's liable to happen. It'll happen at about the same time the Japanese adopt the Roman alphabet. Oh dear. Alright, here we go. Getting closer. Where's my perigee? Actually, I can probably coast to the current Apo again. Warp. Make this a little bit more fuel efficient, probably. Just a teeny tiny bit more fuel efficient. There we go. Proper orbit. Now, destination Minmus target. Which one are we approaching? We're approaching the ascending node, so we're going to want to point the vehicle anti-normal. I hope I'm aiming in the right direction, or this is going to be mildly annoying. Nope, nope. Need to go farther. Turn SAS off for the moment, so I don't have to hold the button down, and turn SAS back on. We missed it. No, 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 no. I should have left SAS on. I feel dumb now. Alright, we're gonna make this happen. Alright, 0.0, good to go. Now just need to find Minmus. Where are you, Minmus? Minmus is on this side. It'll be a little while. Nothing a little bit of a time warp can't solve. Alright. Okay. Point me prograde, Val, if you've got it in you. Okay. Little bit further until we have close enough. Once we are pointing prograde again, we will commence Minmus insertion. Oh, that's strange. Normally There we go.
I'm gonna see if I can... we might be more cybernetic than flesh and blood. Will we gain telepathy? I find that the things that would go into telepathy are more weird than is readily quantifiable. That will probably be an adequate way to get to Minmus. Alright, get up there, get a Minmus parry. And then we adjust our orbital inclination into something happily polar. And we commence shenanigans. Alright. However, I am a little bit perturbed. Whoop! I hit the wrong button by accident. Kind of annoying. Now we have to cancel some of our momentum. Hate when I do that. Drives me crazy. Alright, alright. Let's see what we got. Bye-bye, Kerbin. We're heading to the Minty Moon again, this time with the terrorists. Where's Minty? I guess I'm not... Oh, there it is. There's Minty. This time we're going to come in for a nice, happy landing. Oh, goodness. Wait, what? Oh, we're not at the Minmus encounter yet. Okay. Warp over here. Cancel, please. Okay, I see it now. Warp over here. The calculations turn off, it seems, so I warped slightly before the Minmus encounter. Oh boy. Closer and closer and closer we come. Minmus Periaps over here. Alrighty then. Now I kind of want to see what happens if I point myself normal or anti-normal and get myself an orbital inclination, which is... Oh no, that did strange things. But that's okay, I'll continue burning this direction for a short while. That'll be fine. Now burn retrograde. Alright, there we go. Orbit achieved. Now let's bring the periapsis down to about 10,000 or so. Actually, that might be okay. So the plan now is we are going to cancel our momentum once we are over. Actually, you know what? I might go even farther. Okay. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. Okay. Save game as Tourist Minmus Landing. Save. Let's see what this does. Warp me over here, please. We should be on a pretty good approach to the Minty Moon. Okay, Minty. I do hope this is approximately the North Pole of Minmus. When we're at an altitude of about 10,000, I'm going to cancel our horizontal momentum. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Alright, need to be careful as we approach. Gonna come down momentarily. Alright, point me retrograde, Val. Kill our speed. Alright, time warp commences. Just a little bit. Alright, I believe that we're in the vicinity of... How much will artificial intelligence affect the space program, do you imagine? When they get somewhat realer AI, I think it will have a significant effect, as the AI tends to notice things that people do not. However, AI as it currently stands also has a tendency to hallucinate, which is annoying. In essence, I'm not convinced that current AI can tell the difference between fiction and reality, and it will concoct facts that do not exist from time to time. It needs to get over its tendency to do that before it will be of significant use. Alright. Let's kill off our momentum some. That is decent. We have plenty of fuel to get home. Okie dokie. I've actually been reading an interesting science fiction story called the Outsystem series, where there is an awful lot of AI in the... I should probably switch this to surface mode. How awkward this is. Please do not do that. If you do that, I'm going to be... how annoying. I should have switched to surface mode earlier. It used to do that automatically, but it hasn't been doing that automatically for a while, and it's annoying that it isn't working the way I'd prefer it to. It used to switch to surface mode more automatically, but now for some reason I've needed to switch to surface mode manually several times. But yes, I've been reading an interesting science fiction series called Out System, which has a future where AI is rather commonplace and everyone who wants one can get their own little personal assistant, but the AI also are practically treated as their own people too, so it leads to an interesting society, I'll call it that. We have landed. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves all the science we can get. Ah, this is considered the Midlands, is it? Interesting. I was trying to land on a pole, but apparently I landed on the Midlands instead. Oh well. Now I'm going to save game. We'll call this the just in case we tip save, because it's nonsense that she can tip the damn ship just by going outside. EVA report, take it. Take a surface sample, yep. And while you're at it, plant a flag that calls this the Midlands. Midlands. We thought it was a pole. Okay. And now it is time for us to return to Kerbin. We have recovered science, and we have given the tourists a fun little trip. It's time to go home. SAS on, and we're going to do the usual routine. Bam. Dee 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 dee. What is our APO? Not as high as I want it to be yet. I'll take a 15k APO here, that'll be fine. Good time to recover this. Not that it'll matter, because we're going to lose the landing legs when we return to Kerbin, because this is a different design which emphasizes the eliminating the engine when it runs out of fuel. Okay, once we are at our apoapsis, need to be above 3,000 for to let me accelerate. Warp here, and then we will want to burn prograde for a while to establish orbit. Warp here. Periaps achieved. This is fine. Now, how are we doing with respect to a proper orbit? Yeah, that's what I thought was happened. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. A little bit off kilter, but we'll be fine, I suppose. Boop. Do we have a normal or an anti-normal right now, or is that only if we target something else? Maybe we only have it if we target something else. Oh well. Point yourself prograde. Let's figure this out from that vantage point. Now, if we aim ourselves this way, how will that affect the orbit? It actually does bad things to the orbit, so maybe we shouldn't do that. Warp here, and then we will prograde ourselves back to having a regular orbit so we're not crashing back into Minmus. In fact, it might be a good idea to try something else. Let's just go ahead and blow Minmus. Alright. 4262. Alright, we want to... Alright. We want to escape Minmus, and then we need to burn retrograde relative to Kerbin, because, you know, that's just how this is gonna fly. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Different from the last few times, but it shouldn't be that difficult to handle. Warping to Minmus escape. Bye-bye, Minty Moon. We should still have plenty of... Oh, that's the problem. I was still in surface mode when I should have been in orbit mode. Okay. Alright, we want to burn retrograde at this stage. And that will bring us closer to where we want to be. Oh there, laddie. We do not want another Minmus encounter. What is going on? Wait, what? Oh, for foxtrot's sake. Alright, I need to warp to another Minmus escape. We're probably going to have some minor issues for a while. Little bitty issues. Nothing too terrible, just annoyances. Now... we're still in time acceleration, that's the problem. Okie dokie. Let's try not to have the same issues over and over. I just want to get my Kerbin periapsis into the atmosphere already, so we can recover the tourists, and the science for that matter. Not again. Oh, I see what the problem is. Alright, this is going to be an issue. Point is prograde again. We need to evade the Mun being an issue. Alright, the periaps will be 67723. This will be fine. When we get to about 80,000, we just burn retrograde, and that will end the problem entirely. 6 day versus 9 day. Okay. Warp here. Alright, leaving the Minty Mun, heading back to Kerbin. Yes, delicious science will be afforded us, as well as the full money that we need to upgrade the research facilities. Soon all will be ready for us. Continue to warp. I need to get that time warp in. Almost there. I really want to put my space station in orbit, but it looks like it's not going to work out yet. Okay, warp over here. When I see that get below 100k, I cancel the warp. Alright, the warp. Alright, now we need to cancel the warp, point ourselves retrograde, and do our best to eliminate. Yeah, we need to get going on this. This is a bit of a narrower periapsis than we normally have. We might even fail to enter the atmosphere properly. It is within the realm of possibility that that could happen, which would be annoying, but oh well, what can you do sometimes? Alright, we are now out of fuel, so we are going to remove the engine segment. Now we just have parachutes. And science, and I want to be switched to surface mode, please. Alright, we are now in surface mode, so I shouldn't have the same error I had last time. Let's go down, hopefully. There is a distinct possibility that we may... No, the possibility is negated. We have a periapsis that's below 50,000, we're guaranteed to land. We are still having a little bit of acceleration due to gravity, but it's not a ton. As we get deeper into the atmosphere, it should start to go away. And we should start to experience the atmospheric friction effects. Alright, we ought to be experiencing them very soon. In fact, judging by the ablator, we are already experiencing them. It's just in slow motion. Still accelerating due to gravity. A little bit, probably because we're not at our periapsis yet. We appear to have stopped accelerating and are starting to decelerate in slow motion. Which probably means we will see the atmospheric friction very soon. I was really hoping to be able to get my space station in orbit, but it is getting very late, and I may still not be able to do it. Need the money to upgrade the R&D facility, and we need the science in order to get the improved rocket systems so that we can actually put the space station in orbit. Oh boy. Alright, here we are. We are now decelerating due to friction. Okay. Yeah, I'd say we're guaranteed to come in to land at this point. Sometime grind that experience to level up. For the love of popcorn, eh? Let me see. Any guess on how to achieve FTL? FTL is a difficult problem. Mainly because it looks like the speed of light is more or less a constant in the universe, so the only way to go into FTL is to cheat. There are ideas on how to do it, but most of the ideas require many forms of science that we can't begin to fathom yet. Like, how the heck do you get exotic energy? I can't even remember off the top of my head what exotic energy is or what exotic matter is, but it's something you apparently need in order to make a flippin' warp drive, according to the theories of Alcubierre. Ah, boy. are going across the sky like a meteor. Nice. And the heat shield is protecting everything from being damaged, so we're good for now. I do find myself wondering if a spirit ever say anything about it. You'd have to ask Dave. Dave did an evocation of Teftin on one occasion. That is an unusual entity which seems to take an interest in theoretical technology. Also has a rather amusing persona. Basically, the appearance it provides literally just looks like a tech wizard. Like a flippin' Merlin-style tech wizard. That's what Teftin looks like. He is noted in Konstantinos' book on evocation, which is the only good book Konstantinos wrote, in my opinion. I don't know what the deal with Konstantinos' other material is, but alrighty, here we go. Coming in for a landing. It looks like we're going to be going over land here. Soon we'll be able to deploy chutes, but we're still decelerating from air friction, just not at a fast enough rate to have heating effects anymore. Parachutes ready, but I will deploy them when we are at 10,000 meters. It's funny though, because we're basically decelerating to terminal velocity. Oh, we might have a water landing after all. What kind of spirit is that guy supposed to be? It is an Aquarian entity by the zodiacal sign. Pretty weird dude. He doesn't really fit into a particular standard. He doesn't seem like an angel. He doesn't seem like a... If anything, he almost seems like a... being in a similar category to the Olympics, perhaps. The Olympic planetary types from the Orbital. Alright, coming in for a landing. We brought the tourists home safely, and we brought back some science! And it looks like we'll be dropping in on the shores. Pretty good place to land. Alright. And touchdown. Recover. You gonna let me recover or not? Okay, here we go. I was really hoping I'd get my science points up and my money up to be able to put my space station in orbit. So much additional science! Very good, very good. Valentina got leveled up. The tourists, oddly enough, it leveled up the tourists. However, the tourists go away, so, and they can't do anything anyway. Alright, how are we doing? We have actually completed all of our missions, which means... we have very little money needed before we test the Vector liquid fuel engine orbiting Minmus. Interesting. That'll give us a decent amount of money. Good. Rescue Kelsey from orbit of Minmus. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, it gives us a nice advance, and then we get the rest of it. Let's see. This is a good amount of money. Very good amount of money. Now I need to verify some things in order to put my... come on. Open. Now, where is the awful attempt at space station launch system? Load. Okay, this is 304,246, so I'm gonna need at least that much, probably more than that, in order to put the space station in orbit. I'm just thinking in terms of, oh man, I really wanted to put that space station in orbit, but it's already past midnight my time. So... and we still don't quite have enough money to upgrade the R&D facility. If we could upgrade the R&D facility now, I could immediately purchase the very heavy rocketry with the science points I have obtained, and then we'd be in business, but unfortunately, not quite there. Not quite there. And it is annoying that we're not quite there. So, that being the case... what to do about it? What to do about it? The only options are I either accept my temporary defeat and deal with trying to build my space station another day, maybe later this week, or... or I just plain worry about it the next time KSP is back on the menu, because I intend to move on to No Man's Sky next week. Oh, it is so annoying. Can't quite make it happen. Can't quite make it happen. Let's see. Rescue operation from Minmus. Test the vector orbiting Minmus. I can probably do both of those things. Accept and accept. Shall we have one last little mission? Wait a second, test the vector. Let's take a quick look at that, shall we? Engines, vector. I see. This is one of the things that is not quite ready yet. Open, please. Interesting. Strange they'd want me to test the vector while orbiting Minmus, but whatever. Oh, mainsail, what are you capable of? Alright. I see. I suppose the vector isn't equipped for this after all. Unless it is, which would be funny as heck.
la 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 la. I am a little bit nuts. This is not going to work. Nah, it's not gonna work. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? This isn't gonna work, but it'll be hilarious. It'll be a funny way to it'll be a funny way to end the stream. It will be a funny way to end the stream. Even if it isn't going to work. Wow. This is madness. This is madness, I tell you. This is the wobbly wobbliness. Uh-oh. This is definitely orc technology. But hey, it was fun! Alright, revert to VAP. Oh boy. That was absolute nonsense, which reminds me, that actually reminds me of something really stupid that I'm perplexed that I haven't been able to figure out. Where is it? Not supersonic flight. Is it this one? Is it aerodynamics? Couldn't be. Precision engineering, perhaps. No, that's not it. I wish that were it. It would make things simpler. Where is it? Advanced supersonic flight. Precision propulsion. Interesting. Alright, leave facility. Where is it? It's got to be here. Something is missing. Where is it? Where is it? Structural. Where is my structural button? That's coupling. I need structural. Struts! Struts. Why? Where have you been all my life, Struts? Reminds me. Oops. Control Z? No? Okay. Banana. Struts. This is also probably not going to work, but I'd like to at least see what happens when I use the struts launch. It's not going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. Well then. Well then. More booster. Uh-oh. This has no business working at all. Why is this working? It's probably not going to work in the end, but... This is absolute nonsense. I need to point prograde. A moment. Once we're at the 30-second mark, we will begin the next phase of trying to get this thing in orbit. It'll be a low orbit, but it'll be an orbit, and then I can be happy that I actually put my space station in orbit. Go ahead and wait a little bit longer until we are closer to the 30-second. So damnably close, but we might not make it. Let's wait a little bit longer. Warp here, and burn. And we're out of fuel. Which means... Uh-oh. I reactivated them, but they aren't working. Oh well. This space station did not survive. Oh well, space station is about to go down in history. We tried. We tried. Let's extend this nonsense while we are up here. It'll make it funnier when it crashes back into Kerbin. But I've gotten this far. If I've gotten this far, it shouldn't be that hard to go the rest of the way. La 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 la. Alright, we're not going to survive. But it'll be damn hilarious when we fail. Here we are, we're coming down. So much for this space station. We tried. We really tried. But it's okay. It's okay. View. This is what it looks like from inside. Left the emergency slide rule in the bottom right cabinet. P.S. I ate all the snacks. Good job. Good flippin' job. Stop using bits of metal as fuses. You have spares. These are pretty funny. Volatile chemicals inside, gang. Okay, well, here we go. It's been nice knowing y'all. We're about to burn up in the atmosphere. Oh no. I don't think you're gonna survive, Jeb. It's been real. Might be funny to see if I can get Jeb to survive, but I don't think Whoa there, laddie. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for Jeb to survive this. He's just gonna die. Oh, wow. Well, if we get down to, I don't know. Well, we have reduced our speed to a certain extent, at least. When we're down to around, I don't know, 5,000, that might be good enough. EVA. Deploy, shoot. Let go. Looks like Jeb might actually make it. I am going to revert flight manually after this is over, though. It looks like Jeb survives all things, because he's the Jeb. Uh-oh, what just happened? Oh, glitch. A minor glitch in the Matrix. That's what just happened. Woot. Yeah, it's one of them maneuverable parachutes. Wee, wee, da, da, da. Zip on down. Indeed. You don't believe it? You don't believe that Jeb is surviving this nonsense? Oh my. That's okay, I scarcely believe it either. Just happy to be alive. "20 meters off the ground.
And he smacked into the water. Okay. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. Revert to vehicle assembly. We came so close. We came so close. But you know what? You know what? We have demonstrated that struts are the way. Maybe I can make this work with the mainsails, now that I'm using struts. It's an idea. We might make it work. Though if we do manage to put this sucker in, Oh, you mean these aren't good enough? That's sad. Alright, that explains why I was using the other engines. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. Alright. Sadness. You know what? There's more than one way to skin a cat. Answers my problems. It's in this puppy. Alright, all of these are all on the same stage. Because that's how we roll. Let's try it and see if this works. Oh, stars. I mean, it's off the ground now, so maybe it'll work. We believe. Truthfully, I don't believe. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh dear, here we go. Yeah, that apoapsis is way too low. This isn't gonna work. Not by a long shot. See how low that apo is and how we've already gone through half our fuel. We're done. Not gonna make it. Not gonna make it, and I'm not in the mood to watch more crashes right now. So close and yet so far. And yet... I wonder. I begin to think that the issue is that we don't actually have enough fuel. Where are these things? These are these. You'd be so kind as to attach properly. There we go. launch. Let's see what horror happens now. More booster. Do we believe? Maybe. We almost believe. Dang, is there a stability hiccup here? One eldritch abomination at a time. Sounds about right. We are almost where we want to be here. All right, there we go. Okay, I don't know if we have enough fuel to circularize the orbit. But if we don't, I am inclined to try the opposite of what common sense would suggest. You never know, it might work. Circularize this orbit. We have just barely achieved orbit. It is accomplished. Neither would be significantly bad in terms of real-world mechanics, because most likely they'd count as egregoric creatures, in which case they're no worse than the usual shenanigans that erupt from human psyche. But even in the case of a Cthulhu terror, even if it turns out to be really real, it's still not likely to be as bad as from the fiction, since Lovecraft was a bit more afraid of strange things than your average person. Alright, we have a little bit of a problem, but it's not a super significant problem, so maybe I will... Actually, it looks like... Okay. Deploy the protective shell. Bam. Very nice, very nice. Woot. Bam. We are now detached, if only by a little. Though I would have wished that this thing would have detached a little bit more thoroughly. I don't want the defective physics engine to randomly decide, oops, it crashed, when I'm not looking at it. Okay. Alright, Jeb. Lovely. We now have our space station. Funky little space station, don't you think? Electric charge is going down, probably because Yes, the sun is blocked by Kerbin, so it's not charging right now. But I did, in the end, get my space station up. My space station is up. It's not false advertising. I did put a space station up. Sheesh. Oh, goodness. Now we just gotta send up the trash collectors to take this hunk of junk and deorbit it. I wonder if I could do that. Send Val up to deorbit this hunk of junk. I bet she could do it. As tempted as I am to send Val up to deorbit this, prevent it from being a problem, I'm inclined to call it quits for now. So yes, here's basically what happened. I accepted a mission to test the vector engines. The vector engines, now, I'm gonna go ahead and head back. I'm gonna first save my game because, space junk near space station. Uh-oh. I'll save game just in case. Now, back to the... back to the Space Center. What'll really be crazy is when I eventually go out to the planet Jewel. I have never gone farther than Duna playing this game. However, when I go to Jewel, I am going to take a freaking dreadnought there. So here is... basically what happened is I accepted a test this new engine orbiting Minmus. And the engine in question is one of the ones that's available over here, so being the goofball that I am, rather than actually test the engine orbiting Minmus, I put it up in order to get my space station in orbit. Now, normally I would have used this mammoth here, which is basically 4 vectors strapped together. How do I keep this here? Here it is. Alright, strapping together 4 of Kirpidine's KS-25 rocket motors in a single assembly. Yep, KS-25 Vector. KS-25X4 Mammoth. So yeah, basically the Mammoth is 4 vectors strapped together. Normally I would have sent that up using the Mammoth, which is also what I use when I'm trying to reproduce an Apollo 11 Apollo Saturn V. That's also what I use when I'm trying to reproduce a Saturn V, the Mammoth. But yeah. So basically, because I accepted the test mission, it gave me what I needed from over here in order to put my space station in orbit. Now, I had to finagle a little bit, since I didn't get given the Mammoth, I got given the Vector, but I was still able to make it work. Now let's pop back into orbital tracking. It's calling it the Space Station Launch System. I think I'm going to have to rename that. How do I rename this? I know there is a way to rename this. It also needs to get renamed. Toggle stations. Why will you not fit? What just happened? Something fishy just happened. Okay, it's reloaded me. This piece of space junk is still following me. Annoyingly, but that's okay, I guess. We'll just have to get the garbage collector up to deorbit it later. The fuel tanks are still full. Those fuel tanks being full means that I can send a I am now theoretically capable of sending a ship up to dock with the station and then just refuel at the station and then go wherever. I could theoretically do that. Fun times, fun times. Though if I wanted to use these little docking ports, I'd probably have to disable some of the. I'd probably have to retract the solar panels. Excellent, excellent. Val's on trash duty. Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. Val's on trash duty. Val could probably come up here and figure that nonsense out. Oh my. How hard can it be to deorbit this damn thing? You just gotta put one of these grabber arms on it, point something in the general direction, then push till it deorbits like it should. Alright. So yeah, we have a space station now, for all the good it does me. It has been a lesson. It has definitely been a lesson. I'm inclined to leave this up here as a fuel post. Anyway. Well, it is past midnight. I am Chris, the space-time sorcerer, and this has been Kerbal Space Program. We did finally put our space station in it. Next week, I will be doing No Man's Sky in preparation for the inevitable release of Starfield, which will hopefully be a good game. Cross your fingers. Todd Howard has a somewhat speckled history. Sometimes makes good games, sometimes makes bad games, sometimes makes half good game and hopes the modders make it good game. Or such it seems. However, the next time I stream will be Thursday. I may have erroneously said Wednesday in my earlier stream today when I was streaming FTL. But my next stream will be Thursday at around 5 when I do SMT3 Nocturne again prior to Dave's Amateur Magus stream. Thanks for coming. It is time to move on.